to another great debate brought to you by Skywatch. I'm here, Joshua. Jamie's here. Jamie, hi. She says hi to you. And yeah, and Cayden. Cayden will be here in just a second.
Hello.
See, there's Jamie. We're discussing the great Trump controversies.
Spencer said hi too.
Spencer says hi too.
Hello, people.
Hello.
Hello, Josh. Sorry I missed the intro. I got my drink now, though. I'm satisfied. Oh, Spencer wants to say hi. Hi, Spencer. He can't see this, probably.
No, you can't, but I'll let him know that you still love him.
Thank you. Okay. Did we want to continue that conversation, or did we want to hit a new subject for the
No, come on.
camera?
This is fucking engaging. This is the whole
Okay.
spiel.
So, what was the last thing you had said? Oh, no. I was
Okay.
going to pull up because you said
Yeah.
honoring the will and testament of Ivana.
Yeah, Ivana.
Okay. Now let me find, because this was like a big to do lately.
What? Him doing her funeral stuff?
No. Apparently, Trump had said something recently to implicate there were people in the golf course. But let me double check it to make sure I'm not like being fed misinformation on that.
I'm sure you are. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I'm only getting Instagram stuff, so unless this is on like the Epstein files and people are like posting on Instagram, I don't know that this means anything. So I'll have to rescind what I was originally gonna say. Oh, it does say it's. Oh, it does mention the Epstein files. Wait a second.
For Eugene Carroll, or are we off Eugene Carroll now?
No, it's unrelated, but I
Oh,
don't want to
okay.
make the claim until, because it is like a really bad
It's fine.
claim, until I see something that like purports it. But it's something I've been hearing like thrown around a little bit. Okay, I found a. I mean, it's MSN, so let me see if they cite some sources for this. It could be complete bullshit because I don't really trust. With the Pentagon having to approve news sources, I don't really trust any news source at the moment. Not like completely, at least. Trump accused. No, that's a different one. There we go. Donald Trump security cards allegedly told a victim of Jeffrey Epstein's that she would end up as fertilizer on his golf course, according to newly released documents in the Epstein files, is what the article says. So let me see if we can find.
Is it Donald Trump emailing them, or is it?
It's Trump's security guards is who's being claimed as having said that.
Are they still his security guards, or was this a long time ago?
I don't know yet. I want to find Because it mentions the files. So if it's in the files, I would rather find like the document they're referring to.
Well, here he's making a claim that many victims were rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. That's an easy answer. Dig them up.
Yeah, but I mean, is that enough to get legal permission to dig it up? Like, would that be enough for a warrant?
A
It
direct
sounds like
claim
it
like
should
that,
be.
yeah.
So,
a direct claim like that for sure.
The victim claims that orgies were held at the golf course, allegedly brokered by Epstein's longtime associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Are you reading? Are you reading the MSN one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can take
Okay.
work,
I just saw the part where you
Sorry.
saw it. I'm caught up now.
Sorry, I think I read a little faster than you, but that's okay.
Well, I was reading through the. Oh, you read through like all of it to that point.
I'm down to where it says Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche told Fox News in a statement that DOJ had reversed several of Epstein's personal released several personal emails. In none of these communications, even when doing his best to disparage President Trump, did Epstein suggest President Trump had done anything criminal or had inappropriate contact with any of his victims. During the course of the investigation, we seized years and years worth of Epstein personal emails, Blanche told the outlet. These are communications with hundreds and hundreds of individuals discussing intimate details of Epstein and others' lives. Trump has always denied any wrongdoing related to Epstein, has been accused of any crimes by law enforcement, and has never been identified as the subject of any investigation. This production may include fake or falsely submitted images, documents, or videos, as everything that was sent to the FBI by the public was included in the production that is responsive to the act making the disclosure of it. Some of the documents contain untrue and sensationalized claims against President Trump that were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, these claims are unfounded and false, and if they had a shred of credibility, they certainly would have been weaponized against President Trump.
If they're unfounded and false, why did they include it in the
because they had to release
files?
everything they could. It doesn't even matter if it makes them look good, bad, or ugly. They passed a law that said they're going to release everything. You know what I'm saying? Because he was just going to release, the true stuff. Unfortunately, now we got to wade through the false stuff as well and decide what's true and what's false.
Okay, then if Trump had nothing to do with Epstein at all, why did he not want people like asking about the files?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if it's a major distraction from stuff, if he's trying to do presidential stuff, I don't know that it was that they didn't want him asking about the files. I think he just, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm at a news conference or something like that.
He also considered pardoning Ghislaine.
Sure. I mean, he may see her as complicit without. I'm sorry.
She's admittedly complicit. Sorry.
Yeah, but women have a tendency to not be culpable when complicit and stuff. Even in charges, like they give women half the sentences they give men by a large margin, like 60% more sentences for men than women. That's just a truism. We don't know why. They just do. They suspect that it's because of more female judges are coming up through the ranks, but I think that was even true back in the 50s.
Even with her plea deal, she still got 20 years in prison for conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein for the purpose of sexually abusing minors. So she's extremely explicit from what I understand.
Right, but 20 years seems excessive for a female. No, I say for a female because it's for a female. And that's not me agreeing with. I think she should serve fucking 100 years or till death.
But you think it's atypical?
It's pretty typical to kind of. She was a victim of Epstein as well. You know what I'm saying?
But if she was a victim, I don't think they would have given her 20 years, which is more than like what you would expect.
They had to give it to somebody. Epstein was gone. I think they would have given her a deal that gave her nothing if Epstein was alive to testify against Epstein.
Well, the Epstein files were a result of a plea deal with her, wasn't it?
Yes, after he was dead. But I guarantee you the deal would have been different if it had been. I think the deal would have been different if it had been. If he had been alive, they would be taking Epstein to trial, and she'd get a sweet deal. Yeah, because she's the one that knows more.
From what I understand, he was cooperative too when the FBI had him up until his suicide.
Sure, but if he knew he was going to kill himself, then it didn't matter.
Well, if he knew he was going to kill himself, why say anything about it that would make his image look bad after the fact?
Man, some people don't care about their image after the fact.
I'm dead. But considering
especially somebody that would kill themselves.
Yeah, but considering his I don't know, like with the stuff that the Epstein estate did release, like the picture of his head with like a bunch of planes around it and like countries and palm trees and shit. He didn't really seem like the kind of guy who didn't care about his image.
No, most sociopaths don't. They care about it in the moment, but they don't care about it after the fact. And Trump doesn't seem to care that this to even take, because even if this is all found out and there's no there, it's still going to taint his image for a while before it clears anything up.
I guess here's
It will.
another question for that is if Jeffrey Epstein was planning to kill himself, why did he say he was the one guy who could take down Donald Trump? Because that sounds like plans for the future that involved him not staying in prison or dying.
Yeah, but what are you suggesting, that in New York they had somebody fucking was that where he was held in New York? I think. Yeah, New York.
I don't know where he was held. I saw the footage of like the guy walking out with like the mop bucket or whatever that people talk about, where there's like cut footage from it. But like that's it. I don't know exactly where it was at. I know that he had the what's it called? Nothing in the feet of it. It's the same thing Jack Smith had recently. The search for the
Yeah,
mask.
he was a correctional facility in middle New York City. I doubt Trump had any sway over the correctional facility in New York City. I'm sorry, I just don't.
I didn't say he did or had like any.
No.
Like I just said, Trump. That's something Epstein said before dying, while he was like arrested. I believe is Epstein says.
Yeah, but he even when he was out and he was talking to, what was that lady's name? The giving him her information to ask people about the she was a congressman member. And she was directly emailing him what questions to ask Trump, or Trump's, not Trump.
Let me look at this because it says after the Trump splits, like after they stopped being friends. So maybe this is before he was arrested, which would explain why he would say that even if he was planning to kill himself.
Oh, this is New York Times. I don't have a New York Times.
I don't either. I was noticing the same thing, so I'm trying to find like a better.
It's Hillary Clinton. That's who broke into the jail cell. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, this video is talking about it. So this is like the only thing I can like watch so far that even talks about it. But I'll try to find like a more concrete source if possible than just a YouTube video. But it was through email, so I don't think that would have been while he was in jail. So that what my statement there about that phrase had no effect on like whether or not he was planning to kill himself. So I got to respin that. Sorry.
But yeah, but no, like I said, I just don't think. I think there was a few conspiracies, and the way I say conspiracy was when a congressman. Hold on, that's what I was going to look. Congressman. Oh my God, nobody cares about.
Nobody? Not even one? I don't know what you're looking at, so I have no idea what nobody cares about.
Oh no. They're so busy with it's just flooding the news with Bill Clinton stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't care.
Bill Clinton's on the news?
Yeah, he's about to testify before Congress.
That's right. That's huge because I one of my biggest complaints about the whole Epstein thing is the fact that like nobody's even talking to Bill Clinton or Hillary Clinton or Prince Andrew. So I'm really curious about what he has to say because he has consistently shown up as being related to the Epstein files, and he doesn't even seem like he's shy about it because there was something he said when he was asked about it. Bill Clinton on the Epstein files. I think he just said stop playing around and release them or some shit like that. Calls for the Epstein testimony to be held publicly.
Stacey Plaskett, that's her name.
2 days ago, Trump again said America should move on from Epstein. Stacey who?
Plaskett.
Okay. Serving since 2015 as the delegate to the United States House of Representatives from the United States Virgin Islands at large congressional district.
On February 27, 2019, Plaskett was involved in a House Oversight Committee hearing where she communicated with Epstein via text. Documents read that she's seen real-time advice from Epstein while questioning Michael Cohen, President Trump's former attorney. Plaskett initiated contact with Epstein before the hearing, seeking information that she believed could aid her questioning.
Can you send me that link? That's not the, that is the Wikipedia, is it?
No, but I can send it's what's called it's a just type Stacey Plaskett Epstein in the search and it'll probably likely come up.
You're
but
right.
it's at the Library of Congress. You know what I'm saying? Do what?
I don't know. I didn't start with that. I see WTJX newsfeed, which doesn't look like a very Congress.gov. Here we go. Censoring and condemning. It's censoring with a U, not like censoring like bleeping out words. Condemning delegate Stacey Plaskett and removing her from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for conduct that reflects discredibility on the House of Representatives for colluding. What a mouthful. Yeah. For colluding with convicted felony sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during colluding with him.
Yes, that's what that is. That's colluding. When you're sitting there texting him in real time, the guy, you know, that's colluding.
For better or worse. Because I thought colluding meant like conspiring, and I was like,
it does.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Censoring and condemning. Mm-hmm. Reflects discredibility on the House of Representatives for colluding.
Refers to a secret agreement or cooperation between two or more parties to limit, often resulting in practice, can limit competition in practice like price fixing, market division. While collusion is typically illegal in many countries, some forms like tacit collusion may be constitutionally unlawful.
Yeah, she colluded with him the same year he died. I don't know why this wasn't bigger news.
Because it was Democrats. I'm going to tell you, you may not like the Republicans.
No, Democrats don't care. Like, I don't think either party cares like about political alignment for this subject. Like,
they do.
No,
that's why you're only
Bill Clinton's on there. Like Democrats are saying, yeah, he is.
Yes, because they can't deny it. Once you run out of denials, then you have to kind of accept it. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the same thing as it wasn't denied for years. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, if I'm like, oh, we didn't do it. Okay, we did it. You know what I'm saying? And that'll be the thing. Even if, let's say, something comes up and Trump's dead to rights and you see a picture of him banging some 13-year-old on thing, eventually he'll just be like, yeah, that's just what we were doing back then. That's the way he'll spin it. Even if he was completely guilty of it, that's what they'll spin it to be. Just like Bill Clinton's going to do.
I don't follow what you're saying at all here. Like,
okay,
so Trump can spin it whatever way he wants if he's like found dead to rights or whatever. But like, what does that have to do with how Republicans or Democrats view like the guiltiness of members?
Because all this, from everything that's went on from probably before 2015, but from 2015 on, has been about, okay, it's no longer about whether Trump's guilty or not. It's about getting Trump no matter what. And you can see that.
I don't see that.
You don't
see that? I don't see it like that at all. I don't think anybody wants to get Trump just to get Trump.
Really? Because do you remember the Russian collusion hoax?
Russian collusion hoax. I remember mentions of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
Russian collusion hoax
with like
until it was all investigated and there was no there. That was, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, wasn't there an FBI investigation into that?
There was an everything investigation, a house investigation to it, everything. You know what I'm saying? And in the end, they said there was no collusion after spending, $50 billion and
Okay, so do we take the FBI at their word or not here?
I don't know. You're asking me something.
Well, I'm asking your opinion on it because Trump shows
I
up in
guess if it
Nixon
can be
files
corroborated.
well, what would be corroboration here, either in or against favor of the collusion being real?
Well, it says the investigation into alleged collusion between Donald Trump campaign and the Russian during the found numerous links, but did not establish that the campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. Reports indicated that Trump's sought to benefit from a Trump presidency, but the legal definition of collusion was not applied in this definition in this investigation. The Rupp-Mueller conducted on from between March 2017 and 2019 aimed to determine if there was any conspiracy or coordination between the Trump campaign and Russia. The investigation identified numerous links between the Trump campaign and Russian officials, but did not establish that the campaign conspired or coordinated with its interference, meaning, yes, Russia reached out to him, but nothing came of it. Senate Intelligence Committee report. A bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee report confirmed that Donald Trump campaign had interactions with Russian intelligence officials, posing a grave counterintelligence threat. The report highlighted close political coordination among the Trump campaign, WikiLeaks, and Russia operatives during the election. And key figures in the Trump campaign, such as Paul Manafort and Carter Page, had meetings with Russian officials. The infamous Trump Tower meeting in 2017 involved campaign members and a Russian lawyer, which was presented as an opportunity to gain damaging evidence information at Hillary Clinton. While there was numerous contacts with Trump associates and the Russian officials, the investigation concluded that there was no insufficient evidence to prove that the Trump campaign conspired with Russia to influence the election outcome. Topics remain contentious and continues to be debated in political and public discourse. That's the wiki from it.
Didn't Trump himself claim that the 2020 election was rigged?
This is the
Or
2016
cheated?
election. This was the
Well, yeah, but I'm saying because I'd mentioned before, at one point the government, and I have to find exactly what it was that I was referring to when I said it. But I believe at one point, Trump has said that the elections are rigged, or has claimed that the elections were rigged against him. And the government, I think, at one point said that they felt that Donald Trump had rigged 2 elections. So, on both sides, there are claims the election is rigged. As far as whether or not the Russians would have had a collusion with him in particular, I have no idea. But
no, I'm just
potentiality.
that was the case. That was all the investigations, the Robert Mueller, everything investigation. It was a synopsis of what I read just right there. Take it for what it's worth. But the point was, are they out to get Trump? Absolutely. Does that mean he's never committed a crime? I don't know. Probably has. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But then again, one of the things about Watergate that told us was they originally was investigating the president, and then they kept investigating, and they started going and going, and by the end they had fucking 46 people all charged with high level crimes of tax evasion, everything.
Mm-hmm.
If you dig hard enough, you're going to always find something on somebody. I bet there's even crimes you've committed that nobody really knows
I'm sure
about.
I've sped at some point.
I'm sure you've sped. I'm sure
yeah.
You did something you didn't know, like say accidentally gave alcohol to somebody under 21, or you know what I'm saying, anything like that.
No, I've only ever shared alcohol with Johnny, and he's my age, so I don't know.
The
I
point
have
is,
to think, maybe, but
yeah.
jaywalking, 100%.
Sure.
But as far as anything to that level that would get me in trouble in court for a felonious charge, I can't think of anything.
The felony doesn't matter. I'm not saying it doesn't matter. All right. There are states where accidentally leaving your firearm out is a felony. There are states where accidentally leaving your firearm in access to where a child can get it is a misdemeanor. It just changes from state to state.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So when you say, you know what I'm saying, it depends on what state you're in. And it really does wide for everything. You know what I'm saying? But my point is that it's inarguable to say that they're not out to get Trump. Hell, one girl campaigned on Letitia James, is that her name?
Okay, would you say people were out to get Bill Clinton or
I'm sure of it.
Richard Nixon?
I'm sure. I know for a fact people were out to get Richard Nixon.
And do you think Watergate was a thing Richard Nixon did or not? Because I'm not too familiar with it myself.
I'm sure he did.
So even if people are out to get it, like they can still be guilty of the things that they're being accused of, and that could arguably be the reason people would be out to get them. And I don't see why you're
No.
making a distinction for Trump that you didn't make for.
I am making a distinction.
Hmm?
All right. Well, let me finish. All right. The Watergate scandal wasn't something that the president necessarily did. It was something the president knew about.
Hmm.
Okay. And even if it went to court, it wouldn't have been like he wouldn't have been convicted of it.
Probably not.
No, he
Like
wouldn't have.
presidential immunity.
Sure.
But are we determining our opinions on it based purely on like whether or not somebody gets convicted?
No, we're basing on what the law bases it on, which is okay. You can't just take a law and write it for say they write a law to convict or what's his name Elon Musk, just because you want to get Elon Musk.
Okay.
You can write it for all billionaires, and that would suck for all billionaires, but you can't just blanket throw out one law that affects only one person. You just can't do
Okay.
that.
I agree with that.
Okay. So the point with that is that they're just trying to get Trump. They're not charging other people for those same real estate crimes. In fact, no one to this date, before or after, has ever been charged with the crime that he was charged with.
Which real estate crime?
With the upgraded 34
The 34
felonies.
count?
Yeah.
Okay.
Specifically
so that's one
upgraded.
case.
What's one case?
That's one case where a law was upgraded against them.
Sure. So you can't say that there isn't many people out to get him, and they're out just to get him.
Would you say his own administration would be out to get him?
It's possible. He doesn't have like deep ties with Republicans or Democrats in a way because he didn't run himself through the ranks. I guarantee you there are Republicans out to get him. I guarantee you there are Democrats out to get him.
Well, a lot of the current administration is appointed by him, like Kash Patel, right?
Yeah, but they're still Democrats or Republicans. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, there's all right.
Well, the Republicans of the Oversight Committee were the ones who released the first batch of Epstein files, which still included Trump in them.
They had to. It was a law that was passed.
What do you mean it was a law that was passed?
Okay. Here's how it broke down. Okay. They took and they released what they could release. That's what Trump gave you, the first batch of stuff. And that was just stuff that they could release with or without a court order or any kind of law.
Right.
He tried to explain to him that both during the Biden administration and during the Trump administration, all the way up until June of 2025, that he cannot release those. Okay.
Why not?
Because it was against the law. Like the court, the court had him sealed.
Okay.
All right, the court had him sealed through the Biden administration, through the Trump administration, through the Trump administration, through the Biden administration, and through the first part of the Trump administration, the first part of the second Trump administration. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and it wasn't until June of 2025. I think that's when they passed the law.
And the law is what, that it had to be sealed?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why they had to pass a law to make them unsealable.
Okay, so they passed a law to release the Epstein files.
Yes.
Okay.
It's literally, I think. Okay.
I don't see what that has to do with anything. Like that, the end result was still the Republicans put out Epstein files with Donald Trump's name in them a number of times. He showed up on the flight logs 7 times after claiming he didn't visit. Or no, he didn't claim he didn't visit Epstein. He said he stopped hanging out with Epstein after a certain point. And I think the flight logs. Did the flight logs contradict that? Let me pull up the Donald Trump Epstein flight logs. There's a docs.house.gov link that's literally just titled, "I was Donald Trump's closest friend." Okay.
I mean, I don't know what that has to do. I don't think he
Yeah,
might
I
have
just thought
thought
it
he
was
was a
funny.
screw.
Like,
Okay.
who?
Yeah.
Epstein and them have both said that about each other for a long time. Explosive tapes recorded by author Michael Wolff show Epstein claiming Trump liked to fuck his friends' wives and first slept with Melania on the Lolita Express. Jeffrey Epstein described himself as
That's just
Donald
his
Trump's closest
plane.
friend, claimed intimate knowledge of his proclivity for sex, including cuckolding his best friends, according to recordings obtained exclusively by the Daily Beast. The convicted pedophile even boasted of his closeness to Trump and that was after he was convicted too. Boasted about how close he was with Trump and his now wife Melania by exclaiming, "The first time he slept with her was on my plane," which was dubbed the Lolita Express. Epstein spoke at length about Trump. What do they
Yeah,
look
but
at the flight? Oh, the flight logs. That's right.
him hating Trump isn't something new.
Well, he didn't hate Trump. He claimed to be Trump's best friend.
Sure, and that's what exactly somebody would do that would be hating Trump. And I'm not trying to okay. Once you've been convicted, okay,
Epstein was arrested and was still focused on how to get Trump. I don't think so. I don't think that makes much sense.
Really? Because in 2019, that's exactly what he was doing, Stacey Plaskett, trying to get Trump. That was with a Democrat in Congress, congressional hearing.
For what reason?
For whatever reason, Stacey Plaskett wanted to.
So we don't have any motivation for it. They're just out to get Trump inexplicably while they're on trial for trafficking.
How many of these people know Trump that hate him so much? I mean, really know Trump, not like I saw him on the news. Therefore, I hate him.
No, most of the people around Trump worship him like Kash Patel.
Yes, some of them do. Some of them don't. We can agree with that, right? Some do, some don't.
The people that know Trump personally?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how much of his circle of friends would be pro him, against him, or circle of peers rather, not friends. Because
I know what you mean.
If they hate him, they wouldn't be friends. Yeah. But Jeffrey Epstein they've both boasted about it for years. I don't think that. I think
when's the last time that
Trump?
When's the last time Trump said that something good about Jeffrey Epstein?
Trump comments on Epstein. I believe it was in a magazine.
Yeah, but when was it?
Let's see.
Was this 2004? Was this
2020? He wished Ghislaine Maxwell well. Trump suggested it was a suicide, but also wondered if Epstein was killed by an outside force, which is a weird thing for Trump to say.
Really? Because most people thought Hillary Clinton was.
Trump maintained in interviews in 2023 that he is not a fan of Epstein, but that's recently. Let's see here. The split. Trump claimed he distanced himself from Epstein after falling out, giving conflicting reasons. White House sources in 2025 indicated Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep. That's 2025. In July 2025, Trump told reporters he ended the friendship because Epstein stole a young woman who worked at a Mar-a-Lago spa. That's interesting. That's new to me. 2004-2007, Trump claimed the break happened around 2004-2007. Other reports indicate Epstein was a fixture in Palm Beach and maintained contact for years afterward. In 2002, that's the one. Trump told New York Magazine that he had known Epstein for 15 years, calling him a terrific guy who was a lot of fun to be with.
Yeah, that was prior to him being convicted of anything.
Okay, but they were friends. They were friends still. I don't understand.
I was friends. Okay. I remember me telling you the other day that somebody I had worked with ended up being convicted pedophile that we never knew that was a convicted pedophile.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that does happen. You know what I'm saying? We were like, holy shit. You know what I'm saying? When he was arrested.
It happened.
And he raped a 9-year-old.
One of the things here is Trump claimed the break happened in 2004-2007, but reports indicate Epstein was a fixture in Palm Beach and maintained contact with Trump for years afterwards. So
I don't know what that means. He was a fixture in what way?
I don't know either. That's just what it says. But it does say they maintained contact for longer after Trump had said that they had stopped being friends. And Jeffrey Epstein was still claiming they were friends while he was under arrest.
But that's like Kim saying, oh, me and Josh are great friends. And me saying, no, we're not. You know what I'm saying? You're taking the claim from...
Trump describes a falling out. If there's a falling out, why would Epstein still consider them friends? I just think that it's oxymoronic.
You think it's oxymoronic for Epstein? Why wouldn't that be beneficial for Epstein, who in 2019 absolutely did not want Trump to be president?
He claimed 2019 was still when he said that they were friends, but he also did say he's the one guy who could take him down. So,
okay, then why didn't he do it during the hearing?
He died. Wait, what do you mean during the hearing?
No, he was fucking texting Stacy Plaskett.
Oh, wait. So he was still making messages after the fact.
Yeah,
Hold on,
he
because
was.
that means because I said like something earlier that Epstein messaged somebody wasn't applicable to the scenario because I thought that he wouldn't have been able to message them from jail. But if he was able to message them from jail,
It depends.
what was the one I had? Which one was it? Hopefully it's on the recording so it can get like brought up if anybody can remember what it was, because I don't even remember what it was.
We'll slap some dates on this. That way, you know what I'm saying?
Or we could like peel back a little bit, because like your main thing is saying that it's just because everybody's out to get Trump.
No, that's not what I said. I said everybody's out to get Trump. They are.
That's what I said.
No, you said it's because everybody's out to get him. Okay, in 2008, Epstein pleads guilty to soliciting prostitution from a minor. Plaskett emails Epstein associates to arrange meetings on his private island. This is in 2014. 2019, congressional and Plaskett text Epstein for advice on questioning Michael Cohen. Epstein texts Plaskett to wish her a happy birthday. This is May of 2019. Indicating ongoing communication. So the last known text from her to him was in May of 2019. When did Jeffrey Epstein go to jail?
That was 2016, I believe, is when that started.
No, it's 2019.
He died in 2019. I thought they raided his house in 2016. FBI.
That may be when they raided his house, but
let me double check that.
But 2019 is likely when 2019, July of 2019. So he spoke to her in I think May. Was it May that I just said?
So it all happened in 1 year.
Yeah, it all happened in 1 year. All right.
Let me also send you a picture of the.
And he died on August 10th. So definitely anything after August 10th isn't. If it was from Jeffrey Epstein, it's a lie. Go ahead.
I sent you a letter that the Epstein estate had turned over.
No, it's the same one.
From Donald to Epstein.
Which one? Hold on.
I sent it to you on Discord. I don't think it'll show in the.
Oh, on Discord. Okay. Sorry. I thought.
I've been putting all these links in the studio chat.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's what I thought.
Okay. Oops. I
didn't realize I wasn't logged into Discord. Hold on 1 second. I thought it was.
Oh yeah, it says you're
I stay logged in usually. So. Okay. Hold on. There we go. That'd be explaining why it didn't tell me anything.
Yeah, because I sent something earlier on there too, I believe. No, I did not. The last thing was yesterday. I guess I sent everything in the studio chat, which was still the wrong place to send everything I was trying to send. That means they won't have like the timestamps to realize like at what point of the conversation those were pertinent to. So it's just gonna be a little muddled.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Where's it at? Is it in docs and links?
No, I sent it to you in DMs.
Oh, in Riverside.
You're right. No. Like your Discord DM.
Oh, okay. My Discord DM. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
From post some there.
Okay.
I guess I could put this in Riversiders. But that was turned over by the Epstein estate, and it's very ominous.
Oh, now you threw it in the public chat. Okay.
Yeah, I resent it because that was a good point.
No, that's not okay. You didn't put it in public chat. You put it in the private chat. No, I'm getting both of them. Getting the same one. I was Donald Trump's closest friend. Is that the email you're talking about? Is that the one you're talking about? Okay.
No. That's not him claiming to be the closest friend. That was 2003. So that was before their falling out. But a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. May every day be another wonderful secret.
Was it the New Yorker one? Oh no, this.
No, those are all older.
Okay.
The last one I saw was the docs.house.gov. Listen to the Jeffrey Epstein tapes. I was Donald Trump's closest friend. That's the one. Was the very last one.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on.
Let me see. What is the timestamp for this? Elections, the Predator and the President by Hugh Doherty.
Did you send it in the Riverside or what?
No, I put it in the. It's in the public chat. It's the last one. The docs.house.gov. Or are you talking about the letter?
The one you wanted me to look at.
I wanted you to look at them both at one point.
Okay. Well.
But you said the you asked about the Donald Trump's closest thing. Donald Trump's closest friend quote. That's the docs.house.gov link. That's from 8:40 in the public chat.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I read that one. The one about him claiming to be his best friend.
Mm-hmm. Which
I'm talking about the other one.
Okay. Yeah, the other one. It's a picture. The other one's a picture.
Oh yeah, okay, that picture. That was. I thought you meant.
Yes, that's the letter that Donald Trump had sent to him in 2003, talking about wonderful secrets.
That's a letter.
And having certain things in common. Yeah, well, it was sent to him on his birthday, I believe, on Epstein's birthday, or maybe that was after the birthday. How old was Epstein in 2019?
Epstein was in 2019.
How old was he in 2019?
Who, Donald Trump?
No, Epstein.
Oh.
Because there was also like letters from his 50th birthday with a lot of people sending weird things like animal pornography to him, and that was in not the first batch, not the last batch, but like one of the middle batches of Epstein files. He's 66 now, so 16 years ago, 2010 would have been his 50th birthday. Really? No, he was 66 in 2019, so 16 years before that, 2003. Yeah, so that's a birthday letter from Donald Trump is what that is.
The one signed by the AutoPen?
Yeah, the one Donald J. Trump and then AutoPen Donald. Which that one's not as pertinent as the
yeah, but he wouldn't have had access to the the AutoPen back then.
Okay, then I guess it's not an AutoPen. It looks like a marker to me, but
it looks just like the AutoPen.
I don't know. Epstein estate turned that over. That's supposed to be from 2003. It was his 50th birthday in 2003, and he got a bunch of letters like that from like a lot of associates.
So I'm taking her phone. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, like.
Oh, Jesus. One thing I really wanted to talk about today that I completely forgot about is also, so in the Epstein files, apparently there's emails, or no, I think it's in the emails that people like use the password to get into Epstein's emails. Apparently there was claims that some people in Epstein's enterprise were planning for World War III on February 8th, and that's tomorrow. I felt like bringing that up.
Who was planning for it?
That's a good question. Epstein email February 8th, 2026.
Okay, that sounds like a conspiracy theory. I'm sorry.
Well, the first link that pulls up when I Google that is the Department of Justice. Let me see. Because I didn't find like the thing itself. I did see a lot of people sending around with like pictures of the emails. Mephistophelian charms. This is an interesting New York Times article. Name dropping, favorite trading. Oh, he did go to jail in 2008 for sex crimes. Okay, I wasn't wrong.
Jeffrey Epstein did, yeah.
Yeah. So that means at that point, like, there were a lot of people that still like kept in contact with him after that.
Yeah, but was Donald Trump one of them? I mean, I know
don't.
apparently Stacey Blasky was.
Well, 2000. It said that Trump had said that they had broken off in 2007, and one of the things that said that he had stayed in contact with him for a couple of years after that. So that was before the sex trafficking charges specifically, but it was a sex crime. So by that point, if that is accurate, that Trump had stayed in contact with him after, he had to have been aware at some point or to some degree of his proclivity. Maybe not the full scope, but like inevitably he was aware of some of it because he was charged with sex crimes in 2008.
Yeah, you do realize that handwriting analyst thing is
Handwriting analysts?
yeah, the ones that looked over that document that you show right there. Literally the Trump talks about a wonderful secret the two of them had shared.
Mm-hmm.
It was analyzed by um yeah, that's a contested thing. It's not even guaranteed that that's Donald's
Everything's
signature.
contested, but everything with Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton was also contested. You can always err on the favor that it's contestable and therefore like indiscernible.
No, like I said, you can't err on paper. Whatever Prince Andrew was doing with that girl laying on the ground, he was laying on her. Period.
For Bill
That's
Clinton,
uncontestable.
well, I guess outside of that, because I could say like I have an uncontestable experience regarding Hillary Clinton, and then you have one with Bill Clinton. But most people don't, unless like this was like a thing that made a lot of rounds. I don't know about that video. I don't know if like a lot of people knew about it because I didn't know that video of Bill Clinton was like a thing.
And what I'm
But yeah,
saying
I would
is,
say those are uncontestable. Yeah, but even then, like the law still contests them because as far as I'm aware, Hillary Clinton never got any charge for it, and I don't know if like what the content of that video was, and I don't know if Bill Clinton ever got anything like any follow up regarding that. Not likely, considering he's still going to testify in the Epstein court case. But that's also my other thing is like you. Okay, so like you agree that Prince Andrews is like part of the Epstein files and did seem like culprative.
it seemed like he was doing something. I don't know, but I
Okay.
definitely know he was laying on top of a girl. That part is
Wait,
inarguable.
Prince Andrew or Bill Clinton? Because I asked Prince Andrew.
I said Prince Andrew. I don't think it was Bill Clinton. I think it was Prince Andrew laying on top of
that. In other times, like when I had said Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton are definitely part of the Epstein files, like you had agreed with me then, or at least you didn't like contest that claim I made.
I don't know because I haven't seen anything that proves it, but like there's not, there's definitely images of Prince Andrew laying on top of a girl, which is a far cry different than hey, I took a photo with somebody, a photo op.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because when you're a celebrity, Elon Musk has took many photos with women. It doesn't mean anything like, oh, that's Elon Musk. Let me get a picture, especially in the days of selfies that have come about. But it's inarguable that that photo is a picture of Prince Andrew laying on top of a girl.
Okay,
Now,
so you would still say it's contestable then? Like as far as like,
I mean, it's contestable if they find out the girl was 35, but it's not. I mean, the base is blurred out, so we don't know. But he's literally laying on top of a girl. That part is incontestable. He can't be like, I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying?
But
there are things
whether or
that
not
you
it
can't.
was legal or illegal or morally
Sure, I mean,
reprehensible or permissible is that's contestable.
It's contestable. I mean, maybe the girl's over 18, and then it doesn't matter. Or maybe he's raping the girl, and it does matter, even though she's over 18. I mean,
so for Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, like, what do you think the case is with them? Do you think that they're? You said before you weren't sure.
Say it again.
For Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton in relation,
I haven't seen much. I mean, I know that they were pretty good friends back in the day, but I couldn't say for certain that. All I can do is what I see and what I hear and what I read. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't flag them any more than I would flag Donald Trump at this point. With a slight caveat, Donald Trump does have more claims against him, but then again, I don't know what claims he would have because all the claims are after or around or post election. None of them are fucking. Nobody's making claims other than monetary claims prior to 2015.
Hold on, because I did pull up a link earlier. I didn't like share it yet, but it did mention since the 70s there was claims against them. So
Sure.
let me see
Is that
what
a
those
claim
claims
in the
were.
70s or is that a claim today about the 70s?
I don't know. Let me find out
Okay.
because, like I
That's
said,
fair.
I wasn't sure. I only really know Eugene Carroll, Katie Johnson. There's one other I'd heard of, but it wasn't one I had looked into at the
Right.
time when I had heard of it. So let me see allegations against Trump because it was like in the first link that pulled up to Wikipedia. Let's see. Yeah, since the 70s, 28 women have accused him.
We have another viewer.
Ivana's claim was before presidential candidacy, apparently. Same with Jill Harth. I'm not familiar with Jill Harth.
Yeah, those are adults. I'm talking about children.
Well, I'm talking about sexual allegations in general,
Okay.
but
To be fair, though,
and
when
I
you're
don't know
you're
which one that would
flopping
have been for the
between the
70s.
two.
Am I?
Okay. Well, you went from Eugene Carroll to this underage thing back to Ivana. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by flipping between the two.
Well,
So I'm
you
confused.
said that there weren't claims before or sexual allegation claims before the election. I was just responding to that with I did see mention of allegations before then. I don't know and I even said I don't know the
Sorry.
context of the
Let me
allegations.
caveat it. There's no underage allegations before, which is what we're talking about with Epstein is underage allegations. The Eugene Carroll didn't have anything to do with Epstein. Agreed?
Yeah, I can agree that she had nothing to do with Epstein. Although
And
I would
neither
still
was the
say,
Ivana thing, which is his wife, and that's a whole different.
which I would say those allegations still matter because if he has a history
Well,
of,
here's the thing. Let me make this. Rape upon a wife was not a chargeable offense, I think, until 93. I think it was. No, and it was only in some states. So when we're talking
that
about, hold on,
that might
spousal
be
rape. Go ahead.
that might be a direct response of Ivana Trump actually, because apparently she made her like rape claim in 1990 during their divorce proceedings. So she tried to divorce him over it, and she
She
wanted to be
did.
buried on his golf course.
Yeah, they were obviously friends.
Ivana's claim is apparently in a deposition, which is the word I was thinking of earlier with Jack Smith. It's a deposition. Ivana stated in a deposition taken in 1990 during their divorce proceedings that Donald had visited her plastic surgeon, following which he had expressed anger and ripped out hair from her scalp.
Yeah.
Harry Hurt the Third described the attack,
Okay, it
which
wasn't
I
until
don't know why.
it wasn't until 1993 that marital rape was a crime. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what implications can go with that. And obviously, you can look back and say, "Hey, everybody was a rapist back in 1950," and that may be the case. But you can't pin somebody. You know what I'm saying?
I
Hi, I saw you in there. Don't lie.
I don't care about like whether or not it was chargeable at the time. I like you said there was no allegations before that time, and which I am seeing that like the allegations from 1992. When it says 1992, it does say that that was when it happened. So I don't see when the claims were made. No, Harth filed a lawsuit in 1997, so it is before his first attempt at candidacy in 2000.
Say what? Sorry. Hearth
Harth did file a lawsuit in 1997, so that was a claim well before his presidency
of who?
of Trump.
No, of who in Trump?
Jill Harth.
Oh, Jill Hearth. Okay,
Yes.
I've never even heard the name honestly before.
And it looks like Eugene Carroll only made her lawsuit as soon as Epstein had died, which might have been an explanation for why she had waited for so long. Because Epstein was also known to threaten the victims' lives if they were to try to speak up about anything. 2007 was another one. But let's see when the lawsuit was made. The case ended in 2021. It doesn't tell me when the case started, though. 2016? They released an email. Okay, so that one would have been after candidacy. Alva Johnson, 2016, filed in 2019. And I gotta say, like, Trump's own statements do really corroborate the idea that a lot of these women probably were like, or potentially were assaulted by him, specifically because he does say things like, "When you're rich and famous, like, you can just take it from them," or whatever the one thing from earlier was. That's a misnomer. That's not exactly how he phrased it, but Donald Trump grabbed them by the pussy thing.
Grabbing them by them allowing you to grab them by the pussy is very different than you.
Well, he didn't
Okay,
say.
okay. Here I'm going to explain something to you, just because you're not fully understanding. In 1990s, the rule was no means no. Means you had to actively tell somebody no. Later on, that shifted to yes means yes, and now it's some weird shit. But
Okay. But he also
So-
said, hold on, let me pull up the quote because I brought this up earlier, and like it still would have been against the no means no thing.
okay, she sued for $125 million because he grabbed her inappropriately. That's what Joe Harth did.
Yes.
Okay.
He does say when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. But he also says, I don't even wait, which means that it doesn't sound like he. Well,
In
you
the
could say
90s,
that
wouldn't have waited. Like I said, it was on. Okay, I know that's hard for you to wrap your head around, and I mean this because you've lived in a post your whole life. There was a time where
No, I'm familiar with movies where that's like the way people operated. No, it's not news
right,
to me.
you just grab him passionately, kiss him. Hell, most of those movies you watch them now, and you're like, "Holy shit, the guy's a rapist." You know what I'm saying? Like because that's the standard now. That was not
When
the
he
standard.
also
in 19-
brags about walking in on his own teen beauty pageant and getting the quote unquote luxury to look at underage girls naked, I feel like it really adds up with the allegations and the Epstein files that he's asking for people not to look into, which his own oversight committee has several times like listed him as being
Okay, but we
familiar
are
with it.
looking into him, so there's no there unless there's a there.
What does that mean?
Okay, there's nothing there unless there's something there. Okay, you're taking it and saying, okay, he said this weird shit, right?
Yes, he said a lot of
Okay.
strange things that add up to the allegations. Yes, and the allegations are also made, and then the government also put out that like corroborated Katie Johnson's story. I don't understand.
No, they
What
didn't
is
corroborate her
there?
story. No, they did not. Okay, that one I looked in deep into the Katie Johnson thing. Hold on a second.
So like the FBI just investigated nothing, I guess.
No, I didn't say they investigated nothing. I said they didn't corroborate it, which is what you just said. Is that not what you just said?
I did say corroborated it. Yes.
Okay.
So like, where did the whole thing about the Lake Michigan come from? Let me look this up.
I don't even know
Katie
what that
Johnson.
means. Okay.
Or was it Katie Johnson for Lake Michigan? I believe so.
No, she was from California.
But I believe that was where the baby was dumped, according to the Epstein file document that I had read.
There was a baby that was killed?
Yes. A
Okay.
13-year-old was, according to the Epstein document that was put out, and we can argue about whether or not it's valid or just a bold-faced lie for whatever reason, but it did claim that she was pregnant and 13 at the time when she had met with Epstein, and that Donald Trump had raped her, impregnated her, and then later killed the baby and dumped it in Lake Michigan.
Okay. The false 25 settlement claims. Some sources say 25 settlement with the $2.4 million, but this is misinformation. The number case, blah, 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 doesn't say the actual Katie Johnson case. Doesn't match the actual Katie Johnson case. No major news organization has reported any settlement. This case has been closed since November 20, and no verification could court documents support these claims. As of November 25, no legal action has reviewed the case, but ongoing Epstein document releases prompt further scrutiny. While Epstein-related documents are released, the Katie Johnson story resurfaces on social media. Nearly a decade after her allegations briefly captured national attention, the name Katie Johnson still resurfaces online, sometimes as a symbol of testimony that never happened. A voice swallowed by fear in a case that evaporated before the Public
Can you
can
send me
fully
that?
understand it.
Where are you reading that at?
It's just from All About a Lawyer, but the point was that there's no corroboration. Hold on, I'm going to send it to
In
you
the
now.
Epstein files? Because it does come up in the Epstein files.
Yes, it comes up in the Epstein, but that's not corroboration.
There's,
doesn't
I
say
believe they named the FBI investigator who looked into it at the time, and mentions of it from a taxi driver, I believe, that they had also like not investigated, but talked to about it, not like interrogated, but asked some questions about.
Okay. Yes, the lawsuit was real and filed in 20, but it was dismissed, withdrawn without going to trial. The allegations were never proven or disproven in court. No, claims to 29 settlement are false. Can I still file a Katie Johnson lawsuit claim? No, there's no active class action lawsuit. Was Katie Johnson paid to drop the lawsuit? Bloom, a civil rights attorney known for representing victims of sexual assault, asserted that Johnson received a number of threats. Johnson never showed up to the press conference, and the suit was dropped. No evidence of payment has emerged. Katie Johnson was a pseudonym used as an anonymous plaintiff. Her real identity has never been publicly confirmed. The case resurfaces whenever Epstein-related documents are released or when discussions about Trump and Epstein occur. This dramatic nature of the allegations are a mysterious withdrawal fuel continued interest. The lawsuit indicates affidavits and anonymous witness using pseudonyms like Tiffany Doe. None have come forward publicly since the case was dropped.
What are you reading this from? Oh, you just sent the
That
link.
same
Okay.
thing I just
All
sent
about
you a
lawyer.
link. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
I would rather use the mention of it in the Epstein files, considering I'm referring to the government like putting out information on that. Which
yes,
is,
but they had to put out all information, true or untrue. Where's the corroboration? Is what I'm
so
asking.
no matter what, we're gonna like question and doubt that any content of it is true. Like, do we need a video?
No, if there's some sort of
what
corroborating FBI document that says, I read through this, I validate this, you know what I'm saying? That would be like any other police thing.
Okay, repeat that.
Repeat what I just said?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. You said, so we're never going to, no, I didn't say that. I said that, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna ask what would be corroboration enough? What would be like your indicator that it is without doubt?
An FBI document claiming that it happened, that they investigated into it and found that it happened. These are investigators. The investigator said, "Hey, I looked into it and they were here on this date in this motel, checked them in, and blah blah blah," or whatever the evidence they would bring to court, or at least try to bring to court. You know what I'm saying? But it has to be an official DOJ document, not some guy that no longer works for the FBI claiming something. And I'm not saying that isn't evidence. I'm just saying that if he's the only one claiming that you know what I'm saying, that would not even be admissible in court. I think the reason we is like I'm very stickler about what the court represents.
Oh, I'm
and
pulling
I don't
up
think
the
you're
document I sent you from earlier today. The EFTA 006-22303. Let me read through this.
It should already still be in there, right?
Yeah, okay. United States District Court.
Yeah.
It says factual allegations. And I don't know exactly what that means in legal context. Let me read through this. Plaintiff Katie Johnson alleged the defendants have seen to willfully and with extreme malice violate her civil rights under 18 U.S.C. 2241 by sexually and physically abusing plaintiff Johnson by forcing her to engage in various perverted and predatory sex acts. Fourth and final sexual encounter with defendant Donald J. Trump. The plaintiff Katie Johnson was tied to a bed. Trump struck her for asking him to wear a condom. In tears, asked defendant Trump what would happen if he had impregnated her.
See,
told her
these
to
just
use
seem
him to
like
use
court
abortion.
affidavits for a civil lawsuit. That's what they seem like.
Okay, so let me ask you: do you doubt at all that Katie Johnson was sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know. I don't know any more than I do Trump because I don't even like the first I heard of it was this. So what evidence I have of it is this, and the only thing I have is those two statements. If you want to give me more, I am happy to read them. I really am a stickler for the law in a way that most people aren't. Um, you know, I don't want anybody convicted that shouldn't be convicted, and I don't want anybody um um to get away with it that should get away with it that shouldn't get away with it. You know what I'm saying? It would help if these girls would stay on it, so one of
What
the
do you mean stay on
cases
it?
could follow through. Do what?
What do you mean stay on it?
Well, every one of them drops the charges. Now that could be threats. It could not be threats. It could be lying about
Well, they
threats. It
also
could
talked
be.
about making their own list, but most people just said, "Well, there's no way of telling if that's at all accurate or honest."
Oh, at least well, then make their own list. I have no problem with that. And then you make the list and then you vet the list.
Okay. There is a misconception here with the Lake Michigan, which is why I'm not getting results for it. It wasn't Donald Trump in that. It was the girl Epstein and her uncle for Lake Michigan.
Oh, for the baby? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not denying that because he has been convicted of it. I am not denying that.
Who? Epstein?
Yeah, he's been convicted of it. Not of that, but I mean, he's been convicted of sex crimes. So he's definitely capable of sex crimes and did sex crimes. And that conviction had nothing to do with some sort of I'm running for president, what I'm saying, thing. It was in 2008 and
Okay.
fucking Barack Obama was
So
president and go ahead.
if the allegations were true, and we can argue that we don't know for sure because obviously we have no proof, but with those kinds of things, it is pretty hard to obtain proof without having it be recorded in some fashion.
They did it for Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, what do they do for Epstein to determine and convict him? Because I don't even know the answer to that.
I don't know either.
How
I
did
just know.
we know Epstein was guilty? The timeline that led to the sex trafficking charges. Okay.
No, not the sex trafficking charges. I think it was just convicted of. I think in 2000 and whatever, he was just convicted of sexual rape. I
That
think.
was back then, but in 2019 it was specifically sex trafficking, which
Right,
gives
but
Lena
that was the
Maxwell
post-Trump
corroborated.
era. But hold on, I'm talking about how they convicted him. They convicted him of the. They didn't convict him, and sadly he killed himself. So I wanted to kill him. You know what I'm saying? Soliciting prostitution and minor evidence included police reports, testimonies from victims, and details of his recruitment methods for underage girls. He ultimately pleaded guilty to state charges and received a light sentence due to controversial plea deal. Okay.
Okay.
Physical evidence items confiscated from the Epstein properties included photographs, travel logs, and financial documents.
I'm sorry, say again?
The physical evidence included photographs, travel logs, and financial documents.
Okay.
Now, am I saying he got a sweet deal? Yes, he does. Every rich person gets a sweet deal. It's just going to happen. Even if Donald Trump got convicted today, he'd still get a sweet deal. He would.
And then what was the photo evidence? Does it say?
It just says photographs. I assume photographs of the girls naked or something akin to that. They charged him with soliciting prostitution from a minor. And he pled guilty. That's part of the I'm saying. But
He pled
yeah,
guilty?
yeah, he pled guilty. So
Oh well, that leaves very little room for question, doesn't it? For his
sure,
case?
yeah. Well, like I said, he absolutely was. And they had photographs, travel logs, and financial documents. So there was some there. You know what I'm saying? There was something there to the claim because he pled guilty to it. I don't think he was some.
And that started with an allegation. Okay.
Yeah, it started with an allegation, like somebody filed a police report.
So I guess my question is, why is it that in every single one of the allegations for Trump, you err it on people being out to get Trump?
Because nobody files police reports. Not one of those is a police report. Even the one you stated was a lawsuit, not a police report. In states that have no statute of limitations, California has no statute of limitations, and New York has no statute of limitations on rape. So yes, right away, that's my first red flag that says, I don't know about this. You know what I'm saying? If they were like, oh, we filed these police reports and we looked into it and we got these photos and all this stuff, just like you did with the Jeffrey Epstein trial, where he was convicted, that's a sound investigation.
Oh, interesting news. There's a website dedicated specifically to Trump administration trials, but also includes Trump himself, it looks like. Or is it just against the administration? Maybe this isn't like pertinent at all. Gundman versus Trump? That's from 3 days ago? The government appealed Judge Soutnan's order granting injunctive relief to Susan Sui Grundman and reinstated her as a member of the Federal Labor Relations Authority. Wait, I don't see what Trump has to do with that one. Okay, let me see, because I don't know as far as like why they wouldn't. Have they tried to file a police report? I guess is the question I'm trying to get at. And in which case, like I would have to look it up to find out. And I don't know exactly what source would state for, or like what the case, like whether or not they would have tried to file that.
But yeah, like I said, that's the evidence I'm looking for. It's the same evidence they used in the Jeffrey Epstein trial. I think that's more than fair, or even some of it. The problem,
Well, what do you mean some of it? Like which?
Okay, all right.
Like the pictures
Even
specifically?
okay, yeah. Like say there was a picture, and there's a picture of him over this girl, and this girl testifies that this is her at this age, and that was him doing what she said he did. I'm like, okay, that's fairly credible evidence.
So like the only way to know or have that is if Trump or Epstein themselves took a picture of the event in action in the crime.
No, it's not the only way. There's ripped clothing. There's panties. There's all kinds of stuff. Semen. There's these this is not new to fighting these types of trials. You know what I'm saying? We're just pretending like it's new. You know what I'm saying? We say, okay, this is the evidence. This is what you know.
Okay, so they should have like what should the victims have done in that case? Like preserve the clothing from when they were.
Well,
13?
they do tell you that when you're in a rape situation, they tell you to preserve the clothing. That's been going on since the fucking 80s. You know what I'm saying? They're like, preserve the clothing, preserve the, do a rape kit.
So like 20, 30, 40 years ago, the
were still doing
children
that.
who got stuck in that situation should have been aware of that. Because I didn't know that. I'm 25. I didn't know that. But preserve the clothes to get.
You didn't go to a police department and report it either.
I didn't know the thing about the clothing, so I don't think that the 13-year-old or 14-year-old would have known about the clothing.
The police would have told them that when they went to the police.
There's a lot of times with those cases where kids don't go to police. Because like if it
Saying they're
happens
not.
from a
I'm
family
saying
member,
that makes it hard. That's where the lack of evidence exists.
but you're airing specifically on it didn't happen because they didn't go to the police, and then now it's like they have to have these pieces of evidence that they should have been
No.
aware of at 13 or 14 to go to the police.
If they had went to the police, those things would have happened. They would have said, "Hey, they would have done a
Men
rape
don't
kit."
go to the police a lot of times.
Rape kits,
Like we talked about that recently.
men don't go to the rape, and they don't get a lot of prosecutions for it.
Right. So that's it. Like people don't always go to those cases for it, whether it's because
didn't
they
say
are
they
aware
did.
the
I
resources
said-
available, or whether it's because they didn't feel like the police would be on their side, or whether it's because they felt like they were being threatened.
Yes, but you can't. Okay. All right. Do you realize that what you want to do is condemn the man before the evidence is in?
I think there's a lot of reason to at least have suspicion of him and not err in his
Great,
favor
keep
that everything's out to
investigating.
get him.
Nobody's saying don't.
Okay. I mean, that's what we're like trying to do with the program.
I know, but you're acting
my
like
thing is-
I haven't made a decision. You've already made a decision about Trump.
Everything
haven't
you
made a
said so
decision.
far, you have been on. It's because people were out to get him, or that people are out to get Trump.
No, I said people are out to get Trump. You asked that question, and I specifically said people are out to get Trump, and there are people out there out to get him.
So whenever any allegations made against him, do you think
No,
it's because
that's
people
not
are
what
out
I
to get him?
said. I said there are people that are out to get him. That's all I said.
And, like,
there are people.
But you said that like how many times throughout this conversation
What? That people are
that
out
people
to
are out to get him. Like
you,
I
you
feel like
made the
there's
claim. You initially made the claim that do you think people are out to get him? I said I know there are people out. To
I
get
said
him.
that in response because the only reason I phrased it like that is because I said that in response to you saying that in the first place.
What? The people are out to get him?
Yes, it was something
You
you
said
said
why would
first.
somebody do that? You asked. You said why would somebody do that? I said because some people are out to get him.
Mhm.
You
So
said
in that case, you are attributing their motivation to being out to get him for when I had asked that question.
That is the case. And I pointed out that they tried to derail his whole first administration with the Russia hoax thing. They tried to get him. They were actively seeking, even though there was nothing there, even though everybody went through all the evidence and said there's nothing there. There's nothing that rises to the level of his thing. You know what I'm saying? Apparently, it's
mean?
not a crime. Well, it's not a crime to take evidence about another candidate from them. It's just not. It should be, but it's not. What's that?
It's a YouTube link to Jack Smith's deposition because he was part of Trump's
Yeah,
administration.
he was the investigator.
And this isn't about like the allegations or anything, but this was about the Jan 6 attack claim that I made the other day, where Jack Smith apparently corroborates that. Unless I'm misreading this, let me. Asserted that the Jan 6 attack would not have occurred without Trump's actions and influence. Yep. Which I have to go through all 8 hours of the video to make sure, like, see exactly what his phrasing is and make sure that's not like a misattribution. That's not pertinent to this. I just happened to come across it. So I was like, let me put that in there before I forget, because I did mention that the other day. And I'm sorry, my chewing's picking up on
That's
the mic.
8 hours, so I'm gonna have to watch that later.
Yeah, and I will watch it later.
I realized I was like, when I looked, I was like, whoa, that's 8 hours. Like unless you want me to go to a specific.
No, there's a .gov talking about it. It looks like Smith Depot transcript redacted for Mr. Jack Smith. Okay. So we can do like Control F to find segments of it, but this is also worth like reading into or looking through in full. Trump comes up 287 times.
In what? The Jack Smith deposition?
Yeah, in the judiciary.house.gov link for the Jack Smith Depot.
Isn't it about Trump?
I don't know if it's entirely about Trump because the AI overview said a couple of things. I don't know if it's purely about Trump, but Trump was like one of the focuses of it.
Sure. So when your conference name to be in there, it's not like, it's not like, hey, there, bust up in this thing.
Yeah, it does look like it's pretty much exclusively regarding Trump. So it makes sense he comes up at times. I thought it was about like Trump was just an aspect of it, and then he mentioned other things. So I didn't expect it to populate 200. That's more Trump mentions in pages, but if it's about him, that makes sense.
was the most responsible for the 20 Capitol attack and the mishandling of classified documents. How can you even say that? It wouldn't even happened if you had if she had taken the extra security that he offered.
It was say what?
If not Maxine Waters, if what the hell's her name? Like Nancy Pelosi had taken the day before when he offered guards all the way around the Capitol, National Guard around the Capitol, and offered the DC police assistance. This was the day before, and they refused the protection, yet still claim that Trump was the cause of it.
You have to point me to like what line or page you're talking about because I don't even know what you're referring to. For the Jan 6?
Yeah, for the Jan 6.
I don't know what Nancy Pelosi's involvement is.
No, Nancy Pelosi was head of the. Well, she was the head of the House House of Representatives, Senate.
I don't know. I just know that Jack Smith is I believe, part of Trump's
Yeah,
administration.
he's a prosecutor that was set there to get Trump.
So again, it's just that people are out to get him.
No, it's somebody that was out to get him. That was out to get him.
Why would he just spontaneously choose to be out to get Trump? I don't understand.
Why would he just spontaneously start an investigation into something that had nothing to do with Trump?
Because there was a Biden investigation as soon as the 2020 elections came out because of the falsified certification of presidential thing that I had shown before.
That
so
has
there was an
nothing to
investigation
do
of
with
that.
it.
Then there was an Arctic Frost counter investigation into that. And then the Jack Smith depot came after that investigation, I believe. So it's all like there's a timeline to it. It's not spontaneous as far as I'm aware.
Then why don't you add in there that Trump offered security? Trump offered. I want to say it was either. I think it's National Guard.
I don't know what you mean with the security thing. I'm not familiar with the security thing for the
Pentagon,
Capitol attack.
President Trump did offer National Guard. This is from both the White House and U.S. House of Representatives. These documents. President Trump did offer the National Guard to help maintain order on January 6, 2021, but his directive was reportedly ignored by Pentagon leaders. This had led to significant controversy regarding the response to the Capitol attack.
I'm confused. He informed National Guard about the Jan 6 riot?
He didn't inform the National Guard. He offered National Guard to Pentagon, like to utilize them in the days before the Capitol riot. President Trump met with senior Pentagon leaders. He urged them to prepare for potential unrest, suggested deploying the National Guard to ensure safety. However, these directives were reportedly ignored by Pentagon officials. When the situation escalated at the D.C. Capitol, Mayor Muriel Bowser requested additional assistance following the request. Acting Defense Secretary Chris Miller authorized the mobilization of National Guards, including 340 Guardsmen were called up for traffic control and logistics, but as the situation worsened, an additional 1,100 guards were deployed to assist law enforcement. Now, this starts from before January 6th through January 6th. You can't say that somebody was trying to cause a riot when they weren't. If they had taken the stuff that Trump had offered seriously.
Why was he so confident about the unrest to occur?
Because he knew there was going to be a lot of people there. When does that ever not turn into a some sort of riot? Every time.
Did it for Biden? I didn't hear about anything like that for Biden or for Capitol Hill. I'm sorry, that was for Biden. For 2016 Hillary Clinton, I mean.
Say what? They did have riots.
At the Capitol Hill for Hillary Clinton?
No, they had them at the
So was Trump telling them specifically about Capitol Hill as the location? Because if not, then him like
no, that's where the protest was going to happen. Protest equals out of control equals things. You know what I'm saying?
So did he make that same like warning? Did he anticipate a riot when he had won the 2016 election and then make the same like warning at that time?
Probably.
Let me look it up. Trump warns of civil unrest 2016 election.
Oh, 2016.
Yeah, for the 2016 one, because he won there. If he was expecting like a riot,
No, but there were
regardless-
riots.
At Capitol Hill.
No, not at Capitol Hill.
Okay, so what did he say about the National Guard and the warning? Did he tell them like what was he? He just said prepare for civil unrest.
I'm not sure what you mean. Who prepared for civil unrest?
You said Trump talked or sent a message to the National Guard or the Pentagon
in 2020, not 2016.
Right.
You keep saying 2016.
I said that earlier because I was trying to use that as a point of comparison. Because if he didn't do that in 2016 and 2024, but only did it on 2020 when there was a Capitol riot.
He wasn't president when the only person who could have done that was Barack Obama. In 2016, was Barack Obama passed the torch to Trump.
I suppose that's fair. So instead, I guess I should be asking, did he do that in 2024 instead of 2016? Because for 2024,
he wasn't president either.
You're right. I'm
Biden
confused.
was president. You can't authorize the National Guard if you don't have it. The only time he could do it was in 2020, and that's the time he offered it.
He did also encourage the riots. Jack Smith's deposition.
I will watch every 8 hours of that tonight, but like I said, I really don't think that he's going to say anything that everybody hasn't already said before, and it just doesn't add up to Trump. Like I said, if they would have took the security force offered way in advance, there would be no riots. You can't be like, oh, that guy did this when he offered the help. Like, oh, that guy was trying to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the National Guard had already been there wouldn't have been riots.
Well, there was police there and there were still riots. I don't think that would have prevented the riot entirely.
Yeah, there was not enough police there for that many people. The National Guard would have sent thousands upon thousands of people. They sent 1,100 to quell the riots eventually, but they would have had them in advance, and they would have been in place to stop people from pushing through the barricades and everything like that.
Okay, was he aware that facility would happen? Because that sounds like that only would have been beneficial.
He obviously was aware that could happen. It was a risk because he offered the Pentagon the national, and he suggested deploying the National Guard to ensure safety. However, these directives were reportedly ignored by Pentagon officials. When Muriel Bowser requested additional assistance following him, he sent them. He sent 340 troops and sent an additional 1,100 troops. That's 1,500 troops. The Pentagon ignored the directive, and then they try to bail it on Trump. I'm sorry.
So the Pentagon also didn't expect that level of civil unrest.
I guess they didn't, but I guess they're going to regret that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And Trump was very confident in it, and he also had the whole thing with John Eastman, and he also had encouraged the protest. I don't know. I just feel like with Jack Smith's depot on top of all that, who worked for Trump and was with the FBI, it sounds very like 4 different points aligned towards he was in favor of a riot that benefited him.
He obviously wasn't in favor of riot. He's the one that suggested to the Pentagon that they put National Guard there. That's not somebody that's in favor of a riot.
Didn't he also sign off on the Pentagon requiring news media reporters to go through them? Or am I mistaken on that?
I don't know.
So this was a whole thing with news reporters and journaling agencies turning in their badges. Pentagon requires media to go through them.
Well, Pentagon does. I mean, it's
Pentagon defends restrictions on media outlets, which I believe would be a breach of the First Amendment, wouldn't it be? Freedom of media and freedom of press? Or is freedom of press separate from freedom of speech?
It is separate from freedom of speech, but there also are times where you can quell the media if it's something like a suspected riot or whatever. But the point is that you couldn't argue that if they had 1,500 guardsmen there, that people would have rioted.
Okay, but why would you I never would have expect if I didn't expect a riot, I wouldn't be like, hey, we need 1,500 guards there.
Expecting a riot is going to be.
So why didn't the Pentagon expect it?
Why didn't they?
Okay, so we'll ignore John Eastman and Jack. I just feel like there's too much in favor of people in the know.
Okay. This is okay. You can say anything you want, but what you can't say is that Trump did not try to stop it before it started. That part is inarguable.
Didn't we also talk about the other night that he was in favor of the protest? So if he expected civil unrest,
The
should he not
protest,
have
yes,
said it
but
then?
you have to let people protest. You can't not let them protest. But you also can put enough guards there to stop them if they try to charge the building, which they didn't do. They had like 50 police officers there and like 10,000 protesters. So all they had was the Capitol Police there, which wasn't enough. Not to stop 10,000 protesters from pushing down gates and stuff like that. We know because we see these riots over and over. How many times did it happen in Oakland? How many times did it happen in things? And they always had too small of forces to stop the rioters. Minnesota was one of the examples of where.
How do you feel about history revisionism? I'm sorry, that's a complete jump in subject. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Go ahead, my bad.
No, that's fine. How do I feel about it? I don't think it should be revised if it was, after, unless it's revised to correct the record.
Well, apparently it was a revision to get the Smithsonian to focus on the future for whatever that means for a museum.
Well, museums usually do the past. They don't typically do the future.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The
So, like,
Smithsonian does do the future, so it used to have Star Trek exhibits. Yeah, in the 80s and 90s, that's Star Trek exhibits.
Well, that's sci-fi. That's like, even then I wouldn't be like, hey, revise like Star Trek in the Smithsonian, which I don't think it makes sense for Star Trek to even be in the Smithsonian. I don't really understand like
But
the reason for that to be there. So like,
I guess whatever you want to put in the damn the museum, but but there was there was a Star Trek exhibit for years.
He did also call for the termination of the 14th Amendment. I do remember that. That was a big one. Second Amendment stance. Trump has historically claimed that opponents such as Hillary Clinton in 2016 wanted to abolish the Second Amendment. Okay, but he was in support of it. Okay, that's good. I do like that. Because the one thing I was worried about with, like, once I heard the desire to roll back the 14th Amendment, I was like, damn, I really hope like First Amendment. First Amendment did still get like breached on to some degree, I guess, with the Pentagon thing, but Second Amendment at least didn't get touched, and I think that's fantastic. In December 2022, Trump suggested on Truth Social that fraud in the 2020 election allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even though it's found in the Constitution. I'm not familiar with that. I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Frog?
Fraud. That fraud in the 2020 election allowed for the termination of all rules, which he himself is claiming fraud in the 2020 election, according to that. But let me see if I can find.
I mean, they're still investigating it, so.
Okay, so that kind of like his statement on that would kind of lean towards the falsified certification, wouldn't it?
No, his fraud claim is
Let me look up 2022 Trump fraud claim. Oh, and then also like and this I don't understand still, unless it's like in relation to the ballroom. Why did he sue the Department of Justice? Because they had his
for
like,
what?
I don't remember. Trump sues Department of Justice, and that was a while like after he had appointed his own lawyers to be in the Department of Justice, I believe. Initiated major legal actions against federal agencies, including a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS and Treasury over tax return leaks. Trump filed administrative claims seeking $230 million, and that's the one that's like the same price as the ballroom, from the Department of Justice for investigations, because they investigated something, I guess. One lawsuit was over the Mar-a-Lago search, was filed to pause the investigations into files seized from his home. I'm reading the AI overview though, so that's not, perfect. Final judgment, U.S. versus Donald Trump. What is this from? This is from 1988?
What is?
I don't know what this is, actually. It popped up for it, but I don't think that has anything to do with the 2022 to 2026 lawsuits of the DOJ. Finally, complaint here for violation of Section 7A of the Clayton Act, commonly known as the Hart-Scott-Rodino Antitrust Improvements Act of 1976.
Okay. As far back as April 2025, Gabbard said her team uncovered evidence of vulnerability in electronic voting systems, but the Office of Director of National Intelligence has long been tasked with defending elections from foreign influence. Director Gabbard has a pivotal role in election security and protecting the integrity of elections against interference, including operations targeting voting systems, databases, and electronic infrastructure, said White House thing. Okay. And they got a warrant to seize the Georgia's rules on that. So we'll see how that turns out. But it's not
I'm
without
sorry.
merit. Go
What
ahead.
was the first part? What was the merit to it?
The merit was that Director of National Intelligence has taken a leading role in probing elect fraud in 2020, presidential culminating earlier this week in the raid with FBI agents on a Georgia polling office. White House and administration officials told the Post. As far back as April 2025, Gavril said her team uncovered evidence of vulnerability in election voting systems, but the Office of Director of National Intelligence has long been tasked with defending elections from foreign influence. Director Gabbard has a pivotal role in election security and protecting the integrity of our elections against interference, including operations targeting voting systems, databases, and elections, said White House spokesman David blah, blah. She will continue to take action on President Trump's directive to secure our elections and work with integrity partners to do so. The ODNI spokesman added, Director Gabbard recognized the election security is essential for the integrity of our public relations, blah, blah, blah. This included regular White House briefings with Trump, Chief of Staff Susie Wilkes, Department of Justice officials, and lawyers Cleta Mitchell and Kurt Olson, as later whom now works as a special government employee, according to the Wall Street Journal. But yeah, so they're still investigating into it.
I'm gonna need that sent to me because I can't quite follow it. Like your audio got a little quiet.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like I'm really bad with like if somebody's I can follow a conversation with somebody, but if somebody's like reading it off of something, it's just too rapid for me. And
there you go. It's a New York Post
Ryan does that
article.
a lot with like religious stuff. Thank you.
It's just a New York Post article.
Election fraud investigation. Okay. Which I believe that should have been the 2020 fraud investigation. Would that not have been the FBI investigation, or is this okay? Yeah, with FBI agents. So that is the same one I was referring to.
Yeah, I mean they got a warrant to do it, so you know what I'm saying. A judge signed off on it. I don't know. You know what I'm saying it's as legitimate as anything that.
Covered evidence of vulnerability in electronic voting.
See, that's stupid. They're like, Tulsi Gabbard insert herself into 2020 election fraud probe. She's supposed to. That's literally her job.
Oh, wait a second. The Obama administration was accused of engaging in a treasonous conspiracy. Oh, by claiming Russia intervened. Okay. Not. I was gonna say, like, is the claim now that Obama was working with Russians? Which honestly, like, I'm not goo goo gaga for Obama at all. Like, I liked it when he was president.
Yeah, but I'm not a total hater of Obama either. I think Obama
I don't
was
like the
fairly
case thing.
reasonable. I think Biden was totally insane, and I think the thing that was insane was he didn't do anything. Go ahead.
I was gonna say one thing I did like dislike about Biden because like for the most part I was like I didn't really even know like if Biden had done anything. Like it didn't really seem like he had done much. But he did go to Facebook and then tell them like they had to ban certain things that were being said about COVID.
Yeah,
and that's pretty bad. That's I only found out about that after the whole FDC against the talk show host from Trump's administration. So that's something like both sides are guilty of. But I thought it was horrible that Biden even like had some attempt or role in trying to control people's use of the First Amendment.
Here are my legitimate complaints of Trump. Your assumption is that I just, everything Trump. I just don't think there's anything there yet as far as the sexual scandal stuff. Just like there wasn't in the Russia hoax. There just wasn't. Like nothing that rose to the level of that. You know what I'm saying? Do I think there's things he's done wrong? Fucking right, I do. The things I don't like, absolutely, I don't. Um,
And that's fair.
but that's not the same. It's
And I
not the
want to
same
give
as
you
saying.
like props because like as I was saying, like the things about the sexual allegations, you did say some things where I was like, damn, maybe I'm in the wrong here, and I'm kind of sitting there like thinking on it. I guess my thing is because he was friends with Epstein for such a long time and they had visited each other so often, I can't imagine he didn't know what was going on. Even if he didn't like participate, I feel like he had to have been somewhat aware, and he had like should have like, communicated that at some point.
Not if they're like, hey, let's not do this around Donald because he's a rat or whatever. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's possible.
You know,
But
just
I
because
don't know,
somebody are
the best
friends,
friend
especially
thing.
when we're talking those kind of friends, rich friends, like
It's usually
Melinda Gates.
business, not like personal friendship.
Like I never would have dreamed that Bill Gates would have done that.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Matt
Melinda Gates had
Groening,
gone.
like I went on like a whole tirade at one point with some of my friends over like how suspicious it was Fox was predicting a lot of like recent events in the Epstein files. Matt Groening still surprised me that he had any involvement in the Epstein files because he is mentioned in the Epstein files as being I think massaging. He massaged somebody's feet, like, or somebody massaged his feet. I gotta look at it. Was it? Did he do it? Did he massage Epstein's feet, or was it some girl?
Probably one of the girls did it from Matt Groening. He probably came as a guest to Epstein's stuff.
Virginia Giuffre. She apparently
Guthrie
was forced to give Groening a foot massage on a 1999 flight. And Groening,
forced.
I don't know if that's at threat. I don't know if like I don't know. It just says she was forced. And that plane, like I do imagine that that's the case, considering the plane is literally called the Lolita Express, and knowing like Epstein's proclivities.
It wasn't called the Lolita Express at the time. They're calling it the Lolita Express now.
It does say that. It does say that. Okay, so that's fair. That doesn't really mean anything.
They call it Lolita Express because he was convicted of child pedophilia, years later. But
Goofrey does say in a fit of it that Groening was a pleasure to me and did nothing improper, but felt compelled to fulfill the request. Which that kind of leaves some questionability on like how forced it was. But with Epstein, considering he was accused from like some of the people that were known to be associated or victims of him, I do imagine Epstein potentially could have been forceful, but that doesn't mean necessarily that Groening was like as complicit. So I don't know. I'd like to think Groening.
I'm not sure. I don't even know if rubbing somebody's feet qualifies as being like you know what I'm saying.
Well,
when we're talking about specifically rubbing somebody's feet, it's a cringe thing to do.
It's weird. It could be sexual in nature, but I wouldn't say it's like rape. I wouldn't compare that to like rape or grape or anything like that. But with this, it does look like potentially Groening was not so bad. But The Simpsons does have. And see that this, I'm about to like bring myself into like a conspiratorial rabbit hole because at the point with like the Fox News stuff, there's a lot of uncanny predictions and correlations. I think people pointed out that like SpongeBob's license for some reason brings a link to or has coordinates to Little St. James. 124 Conch Street. Is this real at all?
That would be like saying, what's his name, Bill Gates, or what's his name, the Amazon dude, Jeff Bezos. If he got busted for sexual abuses or some stuff like that, a lot of people around him would be like, "Whoa," you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There'd be something, you know what I'm saying? Like
it would make rounds, like it would be a brouhaha.
Well, no, like they would be like.
What the fuck is? I'm sorry. I gotta send you this. And this is because it's funny. I don't mean to detract. We can go back to that.
No, it's fine.
It's just I was looking up the SpongeBob thing. What the hell is Bikini Bottom Municipal Court? What the hell is that?
Is this a real thing?
It's pulling up a .gov link. Courts.wa.gov. It does say Bikini Bottom Municipal Court, 124 Conch Street. That's the address on SpongeBob's license in the series. And I only brought up the Nickelodeon SpongeBob thing because Dan Schneider. Bikini Bottom Pacific Ocean. What is this? Sandy.
Is there really a place called Bikini? No. Okay. So no, this is a joke. It has to be.
Purpose is office supplies. There's some like weird scribble.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. What did you say, baby? Yeah, it's
It
signed
is!
by Sandy Cheeks. So yeah, it's a joke.
666 Jellyfish Way. That's interesting.
Yeah. No, it's
Total,
Squidward Tentacle is the employee signature.
but this is on .gov. What is up with this?
Oh, it's a
6K
joke.
for all AGYs. I think so.
Yeah, it has to be.
Description is a 30-day
And this is
pass
Washington State, or is this?
to rock bottom transportation. It's got to be Washington State. I don't know how they made
No, is
this
that
like
where
a legal thing.
is that where it came from? Washington State. .gov. You said it came
Yes,
from a
yes.
.gov, right?
Courts.wa.gov. So yeah, Washington State. It's got to be. There's a credit card in Sandy Cheeks' name.
Yeah, Washington courts. So I guess they
Squidward
put
Tentacles
joke up there.
Esquire. Well, if the thing of this is actually a little suspicious to me. Submit. Wait, I can submit.
Okay.
What the fuck?
And then this goes more to my point. Just because you find it in government documents doesn't mean it's real.
Yeah, but if there's anything we can use as like an officiated source that we can consider more than just hearsay, it's got to be government listed stuff because those are the people who are supposed to investigate.
Sure.
So, like, and yeah, this
But-
obviously, like, well, this is a joke. I wouldn't say that this raises questionability on other things, but like, obviously, the government is something to be questioned as well. Like, just because the government, especially with the whole like Pentagon therapeutic courts applications. What is this? I want to see the 819 packet. But with the fact that the Pentagon has like control of the media, and that happened under Trump's administration, but also Biden also like cracked down on like first, like, yeah, we can raise questionability on government sources as well, and I think that's fair. But there's just not like a better referendum for
Sure.
a lot of things.
Sometimes there are no good sources for stuff.
Yeah,
and that's a lot of times, especially when you let these things. Okay, yes, they may have not known or whatever, but it's really hard to try a case that is 30 years old. It really is. A lot of people get away with stuff. A lot of people don't get away with stuff, but because of they have to throw out a 30-year-old case. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the nature of the court system. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just it sucks, but the girl didn't go to the police. The girl didn't get anything, and so they don't have any evidence.
but the thing is,
But that's
like,
not new. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not new, and I don't want to like dispel it on account of that, specifically because like given her age, I can understand why she felt like she couldn't go to the police for stuff like that, especially with like how high profile the LEGs are. So it's like I try to err on the side of the accuser just because I'm more worried about like if it's true and people assume it's not, and then like nothing happens. I think that's worse than if it gets accused.
You never heard the saying, it's better to let 100 guilty men go free than to convict one innocent man?
Well, that's the thing is like, if the accusation is false, I'm not saying like arrest people on accusations alone. I'm saying like I try to err on assuming the victim is not saying it for no reason.
My part is that there is no. I would be fine if they were arresting them on accusation alone. If they were actually arresting them, they just keep suing them for money. They're not going to criminal courts and saying, "Hey, these are the ones that did was ended with the Jeffrey investigation that led Jeffrey Epstein to fucking do it." Why are these girls doing that? Even now, I mean, it'd be a little hard now because Jeffrey Epstein. But even prior to 2019.
One other thing is like a lot of people don't trust police right now, so that could be an influence. But for that sole reason to explain all 24 cases not like going to pursue it through legal repercussion that removes their
actually it became an epidemic after the Michael Jackson stuff.
What did?
The second girl, she actually the second accusation, the first accusation, it was just a lawsuit, and he paid out a bunch of money because, for whatever reason, it's cheaper to pay out a lawsuit than it is to necessarily, and like that's the problem with lawsuits. All right, so when he went to, when they went to charge the second time with Michael Jackson, they filed it in a state that automatically files any civil crime with the criminal crime at the time. And so Michael Jackson was charged criminally, and then they had to go and recant and all kinds of bullshit because, you know what I'm saying, the stuff with Michael Jackson
Wait. Which part are you saying is the epidemic that started since then? Is the false allegations or like the people's disbelief in police thing that I was saying?
No, I mean, yes, disbelief in police has gotten worse,
Yeah.
but they were pretty bad in the 80s and 90s too. Um, you know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but that doesn't change that, whether it's true or not.
One other thing I want to point out, it's kind
Sure.
of to an aside for this because I do feel like it's important and pertinent that people aren't talking about enough. Virginia Giuffre, the lady who was the victim of Prince Andrew and wrote the book that led to Prince Andrew resigning without commenting on why he was resigning, um, died by suicide in April 2025 after stating that she was of good mental health and never had any intention of killing herself until some repercussion came to people like she has no intention of killing herself, and her most important thing is like seeing repercussions for like Prince Andrew and Epstein and those folks. She did end up dead by a, a reportedly suicide. So I feel like that's important on the Prince Andrew stuff that people aren't discussing.
She filed a lawsuit as of Jane Doe 102 against Epstein and accused Maxwell of recruiting her to a life of being sexually trafficked while she was a minor. By
And I
late
want to say
2000,
she was the one that caused that case to open up. So she did go to the police and then make that claim against specifically Prince Andrew, and then now is dead.
We think that it's a conspiracy from the monarchy. I mean, is that what you're going with?
I mean, with the whole like Princess Dana thing, I don't think that's like unreasonable. Specifically because she specifically made sure to let people know she was never going to kill herself, and then suddenly killed herself, which is like akin to like the Epstein thing, where suddenly he killed himself after seeming like he was not intending to kill himself.
See, she filed a civil lawsuit too.
Therapy though.
She did not file criminal charges against him. Why aren't nobody filing criminal charges, but they love filing the lawsuits?
Oh, if it was just about the money and she got the money, why would she kill herself? I don't. Was she not the one that like cracked open the case on Jeffrey Epstein and caused like the raid? Was that not her?
No, that was the one before. A couple cases before that.
Did they give that the name for that one? I wouldn't blame her.
No,
if, like,
I mean
not...
it's redacted or because it's a minor. But it's it's the state versus Jeffrey Epstein. But I mean, you can look up the case. But it says a photo showing and Prince Andrew in Maxwell apartment has been widely circulated since 2011. Prince Andrew's 10-year role as United Kingdom trade envoy terminated in July of 2008, reportedly cut all ties with Epstein. Maxwell, while serving her prison sentence, stated to several interviewers that she believed the photograph was fake, following the allegations that Mail on Sunday, which first published his photograph in 2000, was contacted by the photographer Michael Thomas, who took 39 copies of it front and back. The back of the photo has a timestamp showing it was developed on March 13, 2001, 3 days after Andrew allegedly engaged in sexual activity with Guthrie. And it was printed at a 1-hour photo lab at Walgreens in Florida near Guthry's former home. An email sent by G. Maxwell to every employment released as part of the Epstein files appears to confirm that the photo had been taken during a reading in 2001. I was in London reading redacted. Met a number of friends of mine, including Prince Andrew. A photograph was taken. I imagine she wanted to show it to her friends and family. The second sexual encounter with Andrew allegedly happened to Epstein New York mansion. In court documents, Guthrie stated that the third encounter with Prince Andrew was an orgy on St. Little that involved her and several underage girls from Epstein's Europe. That Prince and Epstein himself. In 2000, spokesman for the British royal family stated that any suggestion of impropriety with underage minors is categorically untrue, later repeating the denials. Requests from Guthrie's lawyers for a statement under oath from Prince Andrew about the allegations were turned unanswered. In posthumous memoir, Nobody's Girl, Guthrie stated that she had sex with Andrew on March 10th, 2009. She stated that after she died?
In 2009? She died last year.
Yes, it said in her posthumous
Humus
memoir, Nobody's Girl, Guthrie stated that she had sex with Andrew on March 10th, 2001.
Ooh, it's probably she was writing the memoir, and maybe it was in her will to release it in the event that she died, or she had her family release it or something. But I can see where like a posthumous memoir would be possible. As
No,
far as like
it's not the memoir that's the problem. It's that how do you corroborate evidence after somebody has died?
corroborate evidence. I mean, they check the flight logs, I imagine, or there was like this does mention like a lot of flights between Palm Beach, Little St. James, Thailand. I think was like another place.
And this isn't me
From
saying
Jeffrey's
obviously
plane.
Epstein trafficked in girls. My question was, um, uh, I'm starting to think that his working for agencies isn't out of the question, so they overlooked it.
Working
Epstein.
for agents, Epstein working for agencies.
Yeah, they have him listed as possible CIA, NSA intelligence
Yes,
agencies.
yes. I'm pretty
Yeah.
confident that that was the case because there's a thing called the Enterprise that shows up for him. I gotta find because me and Ryan actually did like a really deep dive into Jeffrey Epstein's associations,
But
and let me
even
pull
this
up.
one does not list Trump. It should list
No, it doesn't
Dershowitz. It
list
lists
Trump. Like with Goofrey,
right.
it
Well,
doesn't mention Trump.
that's the thing. Like until recently, they didn't. The one person that knows for sure whether it happened is Trump. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's why he's not worried. Maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe there is no there, and that's why he's like it's a hoax. Because if he isn't guilty of it, then it is a hoax. You know what I'm saying? But I
Well,
don't. Go ahead.
I don't know why we're discussing Trump for this because this one is completely aside from Trump. Like that.
Well, this was in 20. This was in 2001, so this would have been the time that Trump was there.
She does mention a number of because I believe she also like was the one who did the. And let me make sure that this is right. Who was the lady that said we'll make our own list? Because they with Trump in particular they did flip flop on him. They did say like he's part of it, and then they said he's not part of it, and they said they said that he's not part of it because they were afraid of him because he was so active, and then they said he's not part of it. So like there is some like flip flopping with Trump in particular. But her thing does mention a like groups and orgies, but she only really names by name Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Prince Andrew.
And Alan Dershowitz.
Okay, I didn't even know that one. But so there could be like more people there that they didn't mention for one reason or another. Maybe they didn't know who they were. Maybe they like for whatever reason weren't able to like make out who it was, or for any number of reasons. But yeah, Trump doesn't get mentioned in her memoir. I don't believe. Uh, it's just like the only ones by name that I'm familiar with were Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, and then now the one you said that I'm still not familiar with, but now that was associated.
Hello.
Hey Ryan,
Hello.
I
Oh,
just
just in
mentioned you
time.
actually. Ryan, you remember the? Can you do you remember the stuff about Jeffrey Epstein's enterprise, and then the stuff about?
Stuff about?
Wait a second, where did I send that stuff? Because I only see like a couple messages in the Senate Hill fan server. Okay. We moved it to documents. That's right.
Oh, the one we had earlier.
Well, this was a separate one, but oh no, that's not. Wait. Where's our Ryan? Where are my messages to you about the enterprise? With like, there's a bunch of. Oh my god, what the fuck? How is it? How am I blanking on this? With like
You sure you're not?
his brother, and then they like paid a lot of money into like airlines, and they were like, Jeffrey Epstein screwed over some dude who was considered his mentor because they got busted.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me look up Jeffrey Epstein's mentor because that's like the main thing that led down that rabbit hole.
Huh.
Listen to Ryan. He don't know shit.
Stephen Hoffenberg. That's right. Stephen Hoffenberg was like the thing that got me down it. Yes, it was a completely new name to me.
Jesus, that sounds made up.
The image that they have on Wikipedia is wild too. It's like dotted out like it was done through like a 2005 like Game Boy game or something like or on the Nintendo DS or something.
All right then.
Yeah, Stephen Jude Hoffenberg. American businessman and fraudster. He was the founder, CEO, president, and chairman of Towers Financial Corporation, which was a big Ponzi scheme that Epstein was part of and where he made his wealth from, which later led him into like the enterprise and shit like that.
Oh, that's the first I've ever heard of how he met his wealth.
Yeah. And this took like really, really deep diving to find out about because for some reason, like, I don't know, people, even though that this information was corroborated with a number of sources, people just didn't talk about it for some reason. 1970s is when that started, incorporated in Delaware, debt collection agency, that's what it was. He hired Jeffrey Epstein in 1987 to help with Towers Financial Corporation. Hoffenberg set Epstein up in offices in the Villard houses in Manhattan.
Where are you reading this at?
This is I'm reading a different Wikipedia page. I went to Towers Financial Corporation's wiki. And there's like the second paragraph under history.
Second paragraph under history of what? Hold on.
On that page.
Oh, the Wikipedia, I got the same one.
And then Epstein was paid $69,000 a month in modern equivalent like value for his work, which is insane money.
69,000.
But it was a Ponzi scheme, so yeah. Which is just a coincidence. It was 25,000 at the time, a quarter of 100,000.
And don't forget that guy oddly died around the whole around the time after Jeffrey Epstein got caught.
His bid also failed at one point apparently because of a 1988 terrorist bombing on the Pan Am Flight 103. And this one's insane because I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but I'm going to anyway. Like,
but he's going to do it anyway.
Yes, because there were like aspects of it that eventually like led back to the whole like 9/11 thing, especially with the whole usage of planes and bombs. And I was like, I saw some things that made me like really think like, holy shit, was Epstein behind that too?
Well, it said that he was a defense contractor. He met everything through a British defense contractor named Douglas Leese. Leese was an architect along with Saudi Arabia and Prince whatever in the billion-dollar arms deal. Britain's biggest arms deal ever concluded, earning the prime contractor BAE Systems at least $43 billion in revenue between 1985 and 2007. The guy's a genius. He's great at selling securities, and he has no moral compass. Hoffenberg hired Epstein about 89 and 93 to help with Towers Financial Corporation, paid $25,000 a month and gave him $2 million loan. In 1988, that Epstein would never have to pay back. It's not surprising.
This is interesting. I don't know what it is with like all these people around who get screwed over by him that still talk insanely high about him. Hoffenberg stated that he didn't turn in evidence against Epstein, mentioning Epstein had traction with the United States Department of Justice. So the dude who like mentored him is claiming that Epstein had correlations with the DOJ. And outlined further, you cannot grasp the magnitude of Epstein's controlling effect. Like that and like all the 50th birthday like letters to him are very like worshiping of him.
Maybe he's got something on everybody.
With the Epstein like lists and files and stuff and all the pictures he took of his visitors, I think he made sure to have something on everybody. And that might be why people talk so highly about him, is just because, he had control over them. Or, I mean, some of those people didn't have compasses themselves, so maybe they did just genuinely view him that way.
I think it's a mix of this and that. A lot of people, like, even in the Epstein files, were like, who weren't necessarily related to Epstein, but used him as like a sort of a in-between man, blackmailed each other outside.
Like a middleman.
Yeah.
It just seemed like that. And Epstein had, in like the second batch of files, Epstein had some like drawings dedicated to himself that seemed like that.
I mean, Josh, weren't you the one who said, I think yesterday that like you think Israel has like a lot of blackmail on American politicians?
I do. I mean, I think there's always, what I'm saying. I do.
Riverside. Oh, I put it in the wrong Riverside chat earlier. That's my bad. I put it in the Skywatch chat.
I know that Israeli intelligence was speaking with both Epstein and that was one of the things. You know what I'm saying? They were.
Yeah, exactly. I think my point was like it relates into that whole thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot there was a picture of. Oh, yeah. Check made out to Donald Trump with a girl's name on it, I believe. Oh, that doesn't have a girl's name on it. 22,500.
Oh,
Was it a different one, or am I tripping on a girl's name was on there?
on which part?
Do you remember that one thing with the Epstein and Trump holding a check that was in the first batch of files? Am I tripping?
Is thou trippest, Josh?
It's got his name on it.
Oh, I'm sure he's tripping, but what is he tripping about? I didn't hear.
Okay, for some reason I thought last time I had seen the picture there was a girl's name like listed next to Donald Trump's on the check, but it no longer says that. It just says Jeffrey Epstein, the money, and then Donald Trump. So he paid him for something, but business partners could have been anything. Oh.
See, the thing is, he was in with defense contractors and stuff like that, so he easily could be with any government like that.
Who, Epstein?
Yes.
Yeah.
What defense contractors?
The picture's kind of like...
We talking like
British?
Blackwater?
No, these are British defense contractors. Was one of them.
Oh, okay.
Did you see the picture I sent with Little St. James? It's got a New York, a Santa Fe, and a Paris listed on there, like around with the plane and stuff. So he did have like international influence, it seemed like, or at least considered himself of international influence. And I was seeing, and I didn't look into those particular like aspects of the Epstein files, but I did see that people were saying that apparently Epstein had something to do with Wayfair, the whole Wayfair scandal with like people's names on the furniture, and then also Call of Duty microtransactions of all things. And I don't know how the hell like that correlates. I gotta look into this actually. I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm curious now.
Right? If microtransactions are his fault, can we finally do away with microtransactions? Because that shit's ridiculous. That should be a thing.
Yeah, they're not gonna do it. There's too much money in microtransactions.
It all started with a certain horse armor DLC.
It all started with what?
A certain horse armor DLC.
Yeah. Oblivion did kind of like. Is that the earliest example of like? Well, that's absurd DLC. It wasn't a microtransaction in the same sense as like the modern like loot crates and shit.
I don't think it's the earliest instance, but like it's one of the biggest earliest.
It is like one of the biggest earliest for sure. Cause that was like there was like brouhahas about it. That became like a meme and a joke for a while. Jeffrey Epstein. Let me just look up microtransactions and see if this pulls up anything.
Getting new skins for Call of Duty.
Gamer Jeffrey Epstein got banned from Xbox Live. Oh, and he
I knew
he
that.
Apparently had a lot to do with 4Kids too, or 4Kids, not
4chan.
Yes, 4chan. Thank you. 4Kids is the Sonic code.
I was gonna say 4Kids.
That's what he said. That's not what he meant.
As much silly. I know. I was gonna say 4Kids for as much stuff as they censor.
Yeah,
told people to play Pokemon Go. So did Hillary.
Maybe they had some stock in that.
Pokemon Go to the polls.
They must have. They must have. Yeah. I wish everybody would Pokemon Go. She said that with so much confidence, and like she obviously isn't even familiar with like Pokemon or Pokemon Go or like the culture surrounding it. It sounded so cartoonish coming from
Hillary. And be like, hey, come here, baby.
See, that's why you shouldn't vote Democrats or not Digimon fans.
Oh, I don't think you should vote Democrat anyways. Well, there's so many claims now about rigged elections that like even Trump's calling the elections like fraudulent. I don't think the votes matter to begin with. And in electoral colleges, so like genuinely, the votes really don't matter all that much to begin with.
They never did.
They never did.
It's all a Ponzi scheme.
It is. It feels like it.
All I'm saying is that if we voted Renamon to be president, every time she fired missiles, she'd miss.
God, I can't mention Pokemon without you making like. Ryan, Renamon cannot be a fucking candidate. She would lose every single time, just like in the show. She never wins.
Exactly. That's the beauty of it.
God damn.
You're voting for her.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, Cayden. I'm gonna be 100% with you, Cayden. I just do it to rage bait you.
I know you do, and I fall for it every time because it still pisses me off that they make her out to be like such a strong character. Yeah,
He gets mad or emotional when we're talking politics, man. Like
And about
almost down
Digimon.
to the point where he wants to stab somebody. I think secretly
No,
earlier he
no.
wanted to stab me. I'm like,
No, I like getting emotionally resonant because I feel like that's an important part of politics that people don't mention. It's like it is ultimately, if it's anything that's entirely about people, it's going to boil down to emotion and passion. And I don't feel like there's any reason to hold back on it, but I do go like a little overboard where I get to like almost like I see where you say the thing with like it's like I want to stab somebody because like I go quiet and then I just kind of like squint and then I start like quietly like looking something up. But that's just I don't know. That's just like the way I operate with politics. But like, I did like our conversation because, like I said, I'm ultimately like I have to kind of concede on your points about like the sexual allegations because there's just nothing like the fact if they didn't go to police stations, like it does sound like it's potentially just for the money. I don't want to believe that. I would prefer to believe that people don't operate like that, but sometimes people do operate like that. Jeffrey Epstein, all about the money. Some of the accusers could be all about the money.
The thing is, like with the Jeffrey Epstein and even the Guffrey girl that filed after that, she filed legitimate police claims. The other ones didn't. Like they just didn't.
Guffrey's is valid, but I'm agreeing with you on like the other ones. It does seem like they have like the most like benefit of the doubt I can even give them is that we just don't know. But
and this is true of Trump, true of everybody. You can't find what you're not looking for. You can't find what you're not looking for. Because like they didn't have any problem finding photos and all kinds of stuff in the actual trials that they wanted to take them to trial on. You know what I'm saying? When Epstein went to trial the first time and got convicted or whatever. So I don't, and they found the picture of Prince Andrew or whatever.
They did. And Epstein, like that was one thing he was known for was like.
So obviously they weren't shy about taking fucking photos.
Yeah. Even if like some of the people themselves would have tried to avoid it, like Epstein would have tried to get some dirt on them because that's just kind of how he operated. So the idea that like somebody has no dirt on them is it does lean against the idea that they were potentially complicit in it. Because like that was like his big thing was making sure he had flight known dirt on everybody.
There could be 3 million more files because there's 3 million more files to all the files. And they could be showing Trump doing whatever. And then that's what we know then. I'm just not going to accuse him until it's time to accuse him. Do what?
I was going to say, there's also, I guess, like the fact that because the files have been kicked around for so long and there's like a lot of questions, like, I consistently question politicians on pretty much everything. Even
I know this. If there had been photos of Trump on top of a girl, those motherfuckers would have surfaced.
See,
they have no problem releasing shit that they want out.
But that's the thing is the people around, like, because like Biden, considering that Democrats are also like notably in the files, and Hillary and Bill show up for it pretty consistently as associated, and Bill's not even like shy about it. Like I could see like Biden also not wanting the files out if it turned out he had some involvement, which I haven't heard any claim of that, but like. Right. It's entirely possible. Like I can't rule that out. So like, that's why I'm like.
And this is why I really want.
Or concerned about more names potentially being there that aren't mentioned.
The reason we're building the algorithm and stuff like this is to definitively know what should be known.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Like I'm all about that. I don't care what it says. You know what I'm saying? If it says, "Hey, Cayden's in those files," I'm like, "Well, Cayden's in the files." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm really like confused about what Shaggy said with like him hearing that he has a relative in the files. I feel like that's kind of concerning because he didn't say who it was, and I don't know. Maybe it's like his relative could be one of the victims, and he's worried about that, and like that's why he didn't want to like name them. But I just like that is entirely possible. It's like there's no telling who could show up in the files. P. Diddy, I feel like P. Diddy has a lot of
P. Diddy's in there. I know it.
I don't know it for sure, but he mentioned his own list after his arrest and like his association with trafficking. I feel if there's not, I feel like it's best case scenario P. Diddy is part of the Epstein files. Worst case scenario, he's part of something else entirely.
There's another fine example of this stuff going on and them having the evidence to take it to trial.
Hmm.
is P Diddy, and he had just not as much, but a lot of fucking power, a lot of fucking
He did.
play influence, all the same
There's still
shit.
like a lot of question on the whole like Suge Knight, Tupac, Diddy like
Right.
situation. But the thing with P Diddy is like it took because he was like very braggy about it too. Like when he was with Justin Bieber, he like bragged about the way he had treated Justin Bieber.
And this
Uh,
is how you'll know if it truly happens. After 2028, when they get a new president elected, they'll just forget all about it. They won't hear you won't hear mentions of Trump or anything like that.
forget all about what the files or Trump in
Yep.
general, or like what do you
Yeah,
mean?
all the claims. Like, all right, I'm gonna look it up. I keep saying I'm going to. I'm gonna look it up.
I guess yeah. If he comes out of presidency and there's like no more like claims and nobody's like pushing for allegations against him, or all the allegations just get dropped immediately, he never shows it in the files. Yeah, that sounds like it probably was just because of his popularity. That being said, I still err against Trump because like a lot of the things he says, even like in his candidacy and stuff, like he campaigned on releasing the files, and then he says like don't look into it, and I just feel like that's very suspicious behavior from somebody uh, who had like no association with it. Like I can't imagine any
How did
one
that?
person being like, "Hey, no, they should not release the files. People should stop caring about it for any reason." Welcome back, Ryan. And that's like the
Thank
biggest
you.
thing with me for Trump is that's I can't like rationalize that in any other like scenario. That and then just the fact he was friends with Epstein. Those two are like the big things that make me go. I really don't think like Trump. I don't know. I'm still like convinced he has to be associated because of those two qualities, but like I have to be open to being wrong on that. I don't know.
Was
It's
that his
strange.
name, Roy Moore?
Roy Moore,
Yeah.
Alabama Supreme Court Chief Justice with a cowboy hat.
No.
The lawyer.
All right. All right. No. Okay, it was Alabama. Uh,
Well, that's what I said before. Was the Chief Justice of Alabama.
let's see if that's the one. Go for Congress.
What do we talk about, by the way?
There was
A lot of things, I guess. But Josh
okay.
brought up like
Yes.
Roy Moore.
Okay. All right. Roy Moore was somebody that supposedly had raped this underage girl in the 70s or something like that. He was a
Mhm.
district attorney. Blah blah blah. It was all a big dude. Nobody voted for him because of this claim. And in the end, they put a Democrat in there, and boom, you never heard no more about it.
I'm about to play. I'm about to like use the same thing I complained about like you using earlier, but
What?
because now I got to be like, okay, it stopped being like there stopped being allegations like once he was no longer prevalent and whatever. But that also meant like less eyes were on him. So like I don't know anything about Roy Moore. I don't want to like I don't know anything about the allegations. So I don't want to say one thing one way or the other. I am in like the
You
neutral. I
were
have
right
no
then.
idea. All right. But with Roy Moore, like just because it's possible that like once he's out of the scope of the public, people in those positions are free to like do things like death threats to the accusers and then therefore like quell any like voice out against them. And I don't think Roy Moore has that kind of influence. Like I'm not familiar with that like him whatsoever. But like that possibility exists, and I can't say that just because like people stop making allegations
Okay.
against them that those allegations were never true to begin with.
I don't know because they both sued each other, and neither one of them ended up with a claim.
They both
And that
sued
was in
each other.
2022. The lady that made the claim that got him basically kicked off the thing, and that's when Doug Jones took over the Senate because nobody would vote for Roy Moore because he was a pedophile. And I think that's why they don't do it now because all it does is get Republicans knocked out of there, and then the stuff just disappears, and it did just disappear.
Well, does
Um,
that not also happen to Democrats, like those kinds of claims? Because you said
no, not
Republicans
really.
there.
Well, like I said, I mean, has it ever happened, or do you mean has it happened recently? Because the answer to
I guess
recently is
both.
not generally.
Democrats accused of sexual misconduct, and then there's a PBS study that says Democrats are nearly equally accused, and 94% of the accusees are men. But I haven't looked at that's just what the synopsis on Google says. But there's a Wikipedia for a list of federal political sex scandals. So I can look in the modern section of that page, 2020 to present. Representative Madison Cawthorn is a member of the Republican Party, so that's one for Republican. Cal Cunningham is a member of the Democratic Party, so that's one for each. Republican Matt Gaetz of Florida doesn't say. Oh, it does say, okay, Republican, so that's two for Republican. Tom Reed, Republican. Van Taylor, Republican. And then Donald Trump, who's obviously Republican. So yeah, there's only one Democratic claim for after 2020, it looks like. He was Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate, lost the 2020 election to incumbent Tom Tillis after information leaked in 2020 that Cunningham had sent sexually suggestive text messages to a married California woman. So
it happened to.
Wait, that's not even a real allegation. It's just he had an affair with his wife, which is kind of the big thing with Bill Clinton that got him knocked out. But that's not on the same scope as the claims against.
It was at the time. It isn't today.
Well, for
there was that whole.
There
was that whole Pizzagate thing with Hillary Clinton.
Yes, I do 100% believe Hillary Clinton's guilty, and unfortunately, I've seen things to corroborate that, but they're not things that I can really show people. So,
I 100% agree with you. Hillary Clinton's guilty.
100%. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, I have no doubts in my mind. It's just there's no way to prove it. So,
but yeah,
which depending on how this Clinton call, which maybe that's a publicity stunt. Clinton's calling for the Epstein testimony to be held publicly, because that honestly wouldn't surprise me either.
It might also just be a case of if I'm being taken down, I'm taking you all down with me type.
Which seems to be a big thing in politics right now. I do want to say one thing, Josh. If nothing else, I do think Trump is marginally better than Hillary Clinton.
I think everybody thought that. I think it's why they voted the way they did. Just like it's marginally better than Joe Biden.
Didn't Hillary?
Well, I don't even know that. I can't say that. Joe Biden might have won a second term. They just assumed that because he was a fucking retard that basically that he wouldn't.
I think Joe Biden's way better than Trump.
I do. Most of what he do is more hands off. There's so much more going on with Trump, and a lot of it is even outside the whole Epstein list and the asking people not to look into it.
No offense, but
the Pentagon control of media and revisions to the Smithsonian and trying to abolish the 14th Amendment. I think those are all negatives that Biden he only has one thing that matches those in my view, and that was him going to Facebook and trying to control people's use of the First Amendment in relation to the COVID conversation, which is so bad.
That's a major fucking violation, dude.
It's a major violation.
You have no idea how level.
Trump's FTC did the exact same thing with whoever that fucking talk show host was.
No, FCC has discretion about that. They've always had discretion about that.
Hold on, Trump. FCC. Who the hell was it? Jimmy Kimmel? Is that the guy? I think it was Jimmy Kimmel.
It was Jimmy Kimmel, but
it was specifically at the administration's request is why the FCC threatened Jimmy Kimmel's
doesn't matter.
Airing license.
It's discretionary. It's discretionary when the Democrats are in office.
Discretionary or not, I'm saying that they are both bad because Biden and Trump both did the same thing, or at least both administrations. Not Trump directly necessarily, but Jimmy Kimmel's made fun of Trump for something. I don't remember what the joke was about him.
Did Biden ever threaten to cancel any sort of media?
Facebook. Joe Biden. It's the only thing I know of that Joe Biden did that's outright bad. I don't even know anything else about Joe Biden really because I didn't care when even back then with 2016, 2020, I didn't really care about politics or Donald Trump. I didn't have anything against Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton at the time.
The reason why Trump won the second time is because Joe Biden was bad. I know you don't feel it that way or see it that way or whatever, or you may not like Trump, but everybody felt he was bad.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
During that election, I did not have any feelings about both of them either way. I did not
care one way or another. I was like, no,
Even
not
somebody
you.
who was somewhat interested in politics, I thought Joe Biden was just kind of meh.
Yeah, well, he was
He
total
is
meh.
meh.
That was the
He's
thing.
very
He
meh.
was
He
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 was
didn't
run
like
of
do
the
anything.
mill.
But like Miz,
Did
Miz, Miz better than what Trump was in 2016, though.
I don't
did
even
what?
know what Trump did in 2016. Like everything I know about Trump that I don't like has been since his second term. 2016, I know he campaigned on like the wall thing, and I was like, I felt kind of weird about that.
Why'd you feel weird
So
about a wall? Every other
I
country
don't
has
think that
one.
should have been his primary focus. Like that's the last thing.
He
Like
had to stop the
yes,
immigration from flowing in. I
but
mean,
that's
if you think illegal immigration is okay, then say that. But don't say
I don't
I
really have a
still.
problem with it. Like statistically, they are much lower, less likely to commit crime. I've met like some illegal immigrants that I do know of who were like charged with actual violent crimes. Like I've met one guy who turned out to be an illegal immigrant that was like
They're
in my
about the same as
locale.
U.S. citizens, but
It's from what I understand from studies, it's much lower. But
no.
my thing is
That
when
that's
we're
that's a study that combines legal immigrants with they just use the word immigrant.
which
You know
even
what I'm
then,
saying?
like if the population percentile is still lower than compared to U.S. citizens, even counting both illegal and legal immigrants, that's still like a positive sign to me. But my main thing outside that is like because you mentioned the people need to have more babies because America like needs a higher population and stuff like that.
No,
Immigration is the
that
perfect result, like conclusion for that. It's a good
no,
counterbalance to things like contraceptives and like
no, it's
modern
not.
antinatalism. Why is that?
It's not because once they get here, they don't have babies either. It'd be great if they come over here and they
It
kept pumping out
is
kids, but they're
What
not.
do
that's
you?
first off one of the biggest things about Mexicans is like how, that
By the
they like
time
having
they're
kids.
no, by the time they're once the next generation of kids comes, they don't have kids. Not on average. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they don't have kids, but you know what I'm saying.
A lot of there's a decent number of modern U.S. citizens who are directly like citizens exclusively because of birthright citizenship and being and having immigrant parents, and that's like the thing that Trump was trying to abolish, which is another thing that would have helped out with the population thing, is specifically because if he didn't want to send back people who were being born on U.S. soil, that would help our population. That people are being born on U.S.
Not
soil and are being born with our
not only
beliefs and traditions.
not only that, but like the whole thing with immigration and like getting them in is like it's not something that's going to be like we do this one time and then like we stop doing it. Like it'll be a continuous thing to help offset the population decline in
Yeah.
general.
So like no matter like okay, so like let's say our we collectively like just don't like only 50% of the US has kids and it's only like one kid each. Immigration coming here like helps perpetuate American ideals and principles. So like immigrants in general are just good. And like illegal immigrants can be like can cause problems, I'm sure, but for the most part, like to me it's just benefiting our production. And I don't really see that as a problem, minus when they commit
So
like
you're
violent crimes.
saying it's okay if they bring them over here for slave labor?
I didn't say for slave labor. I think they get underpaid,
That's
and I
what
think that's
they
a
Yeah,
are.
shame.
that's kind of jumping the gun there.
Well, I mean, like
It's not slave
that seems to
labor.
be that's what it is. It's slave labor. It's cheap labor. It's dismissing just because it's a portion of slavery. It's like saying we're going to pay all black people $5 an hour and pay all white people $10 an hour.
And that
I
in
mean,
that case, we can argue that
so
our minimum wage is slave labor. Like
It
that's
doesn't
too
matter because
esoteric.
the thing about illegal immigrants, once they become immigrants, that's not once they become immigrants from the illegal status goes away, they get jobs in
right, but
normal fields.
I don't think we're saying we're not like I don't think we're saying that like illegal immigrants come over here and that's just okay. I'm talking about like I think there should be way easier pathways than we have now to legal immigration here.
There is
That
that. It
that may
takes
be
like
the
That I feel
10
case,
like
but
years.
that I
we
feel
already
like that
taken 2 million people a year. How many a year would you say that was the proper amount of number?
Well, how many baby? Well, my answer to that is how many babies are not being born a year.
How many are not being born a year?
Yeah, when we talk about contraceptives and abortion
Oh,
and stuff, how many babies have been aborted? Because that would help offset
you
that
mean two
portion of our
million?
population.
2 million legal immigrants every year comes in as the 2 million. That's where the status is set at. But when you're talking about illegal immigrants, okay, let's say that Biden let in 5 million extra illegal immigrants. That's this very low conservative estimate of that.
Mhm.
Of that, the minute they become citizens, they don't have the benefit that they would have had as illegal citizens. That's what they need. They need them here and they need them legal. Because if they were legal, they'd go off and get jobs doing anything else.
which
They
I
do
think
the
should be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that should be the case. But what you're talking about is utilizing slave labor because that's what they're talking about doing. They're not saying let's bring them over here and give them
Who's
proper
they?
citizenship. People that are advocating for bringing them over here.
Okay, for bringing illegal immigrants over, or the people that are
Let's
here
say
for.
let's take the status off there and just say we're bringing them over here as immigrants. They're all legal and they can get any job they want.
Hmm?
Do you think they're going to pick the let's go shovel shit, or do you think they're going to pick, hey, let's get this job at 7-Eleven or anything else better than shoveling shit?
I guess that it would depend on whatever jobs are available. Because like I would shovel shit if it was the only job available to make sure I had a house over my roof. And like that's a problem for like U.S. citizens too. Like that's not exclusive to immigrants.
What's not exclusive to immigrants?
Having like low paying like jobs that don't feel rewarding.
No, it's not about rewarding or feeling rewarding. It's about the jobs that they can get that are off the books.
Off the books, I don't know. There's a lot of them do manual labor, and I mean I've done manual
Right,
labor
that's
my whole
off the
life. So
books. That's the point. The legal. Okay.
can it be off the books? Because like
Yeah, all the
the
time.
the payments have
Even
to show to
construction,
some. Well,
they just
how do
write
you?
receipts for them.
But that means that
I've
the
had
company
like
has to like dish out that money,
Do what?
Jamie.
I've had like 15 jobs and I'm only on record for 2.
Okay, and you're a U.S. citizen, I imagine. And I don't know, maybe you came over from like Norway or something. But like,
Jamie's my favorite Norwegian.
oh,
She's Polish.
I
Don't lie to her.
can hear her laughing in the background.
She is a Polak.
But that's the thing is like the U.S. citizens have the exact same boat, and like I agree that like from what I understand, immigrants get paid less than we do, and I think that's unfortunate.
It's
But
not that they have. You know what Jamie can do that they can't do? She can get a legitimate job. That's the difference.
Yeah, and she can also get loans and stuff. But like I guess my question there is,
She could also be a drug dealer too. But the point is that she has
there
the
you go, there's a
option of
job.
she has the option of any one of those jobs as a legal citizen. You know what
Yes.
she doesn't do? Work at
Mhm.
any of those shitty jobs. She stays home and raises the kids while I make the money.
Okay,
That's what she
and
does.
well, some of the immigrants are going to do that too.
Well, you're trying to compare female labor to something that is okay.
Well, I was
When
talking about like stay-at-home wives.
okay, when you're illegal, you only have a certain plethora of jobs you can do. You can't get a job at Geico. You can't get a job at, you know what I'm saying? You need ID. You need social security card. You need all these things.
So is the issue with immigration that they can't have the same access of jobs as we do? Because I feel like lifting the illegal status would solve that aspect at least.
Sure. And then they would go on to jobs that aren't related, but there would still be nobody to do the shit jobs.
There would be whoever couldn't acquire the other jobs. That's part of the supply and demand, isn't it? Because I've worked shit jobs that I don't like because it was what was available.
And how many of those were under the table?
Well, shit. I mean, tree cutting when I was
The only one.
underage.
And that's because you're
Caleb-
working for a family business. If you weren't working for a family business, you would.
Yeah, I was underage, but I still did that, and I got paid like $70 for 1 week of cutting trees. And as a kid, yeah,
No,
yeah. I don't think you weren't there for that.
1 week.
Yes, we did. Me and my
another
brothers.
point
That
I
was the
gonna
case.
Make, like, if you're having trouble people working ship jobs, then don't offer them shit pay.
That
Okay.
too. But I feel like
and then that raises that raises the thing.
Here's
All right.
here's
Say we take everything and raise it to $25 an hour.
mhm.
All right. We're gonna say all the shit jobs
you
now
don't
make
even-
25. Go ahead.
You don't even need to raise it to $25 an hour. Just raise it enough to where somebody will take the job.
Yeah, but it's still gonna have to be above
Oh,
minimum
wage right now, Ryan, is like $7 in some places, or
Yeah, but that's
$9
federal
something,
minimum
and
wage,
That's
and nobody
that's
goes by
considered like atrocious pay, and people still take those jobs. So that is kind of already the case. Is like people will work those jobs even though it's like not a good enough amount of pay for most things nowadays.
But yeah, like I said, even if we did away with it, it's only valuable to America, as you were stating. It's only valuable to America if they work the shit jobs for cheap pay. That's why it's valuable to America. The minute we start paying fair wages for all the stuff, we're basically in what Britain's territory is.
There's two caveats to that. Well, three actually. One, I feel like Jeffrey Epstein's wealth should be redistributed to the public or to other systems.
That's probably true,
He
but I
stole
mean,
all his money. Like we know what he was up to. Like his estate should like give some money back to the people, and that alone would like help out short term, and then inflation again.
And yeah, I understand that's like your point is like it's going to raise inflation, but it's more going to like
right?
the
It's gonna
bigger
raise
inflation
inflation.
gets, the more. What
Okay.
were you saying?
No, I was agreeing with you.
And I get your point
Two.
that it's going to
Oh,
raise inflation, but it's also going to get to the point where it's like, if these shit jobs won't cover like the proper, like won't pay people properly, and like, oh no, they're raising these monies, inflation's raising. At some point, like the people in charge of these companies are just going to have to give, and eventually like start taking in less money in order to pay these people,
Mhm.
so these jobs are getting done, or else have to do it themselves, which I doubt's going to happen.
Sure.
Here's another question: is like, what kind of jobs should homeless people work if they're trying to build themselves back up from homelessness? In which case, like, I would imagine they would take whatever jobs available, and they would end up with shit jobs. So again, like that
Most
again,
of them don't though. They just remain homeless.
most of them don't, but like some of them do. I've worked with
Our,
homeless
our
dudes
homeless
before.
problem isn't a real homeless problem. It's a mental health problem. Most of them are
I do agree
mentally
with
ill.
that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so a
And
lot
I
of
do
them
some
have been
agree with
I've
that
offered
as
heard
well.
I've
homes.
met some who said that they were in debt, and they didn't seem like they were mentally unwell. They just seemed like they were homeless and not able to work from disability and didn't have like a support system. Um,
Plus,
but that's
I
only like
also
one or two out of the ones I met, and the other ones it did seem like they were
and
probably
I
on something.
disagree. I disagree in a certain sense where it's like, yeah, it is a mental health's a big part of it. A lot of it is just like a lot of the people who are down in their luck aren't going to be and like actually homeless aren't necessarily going to be the people you see living on the street. These are the kind of people that are like living out of their car and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like they're
well,
not
that's
like
assuming that they have the car because
they aren't they aren't your stereotypical view of a homeless person on the streets. A lot of the people like on
that's
the actual
real.
streets and sleeping on the streets are like the mentally
Yeah,
unwell people. You're right,
they're the
but like a
Charles
lot of the like
Bukowskis.
But back to on topic, just to get on topic. No,
Sorry,
it doesn't solve the problem because when they bring them over here, they stop having children. They do.
but
You know what I'm
that's the
saying?
same problem with us. So like in both cases, like that, the
Okay.
solution to that would have to be a solution like in
Yes.
general.
I
Like
would
I don't think that's distinct
But the
to
solution
immigrants,
isn't to bring in more low, cheap labor that's going to be fighting for more. There's going to be less jobs and more people fighting for them.
which is already a point we're getting at with like AI regulation. I feel like at some point, like a lot of jobs
Sure.
are just going to phase out purely, and then there's going to be like an alternative system where probably some people work and some people don't.
Well, that's
I,
the truth
I
now.
imagine that's just yeah,
Only 65% of the population works.
that's true. But there's also like a lot
But
of people that have like investments and stuff. So like they don't work, like they don't have like a tax, or I guess they would have taxable income, but they don't have like something that would be listed as like a job. But they, investors and like stock traders and stuff like that still make their money. So there's like passive incomes that I don't think would get listed as the workforce. So like some of that other 40% would have to be some of those members as well as like the homeless or the
oh,
non-working.
and here's how we know this, just so you know.
Mhm.
How we know this is we gave blanket amnesty in the 80s. It didn't change anything.
I'm gonna have to like familiarize myself with this because I don't know what blanket amnesty is.
Ugh.
Unconditional pardon covering a broad category of people or offenses without requiring individual case by case applications or conditions. Wipes out charges or convictions.
No, that's amnesty for crimes. I'm talking about. We're talking about Immigration Reform Act of
Okay.
1986.
Okay, Immigration Reform and Control Act, the ICRA, granting legal
Right.
status to over 3 million undocumented immigrants, imposing penalties on employers who hired undocumented workers, and increasing border enforcement. Okay, and then like, what was the issue with this? Like, what was the result?
The issue is that those people aren't having children
How do we know that? Like, less people in the U.S. are having kids, but at the same time,
because second generation immigrants do not have children the way immigration. When you come over here, let's say you come over here with a family of five. Okay, you have five children. That's good. It's good. It boosts up the economy or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Um, but then their kids do not have kids or only have some kids. They do not have a lot of kids. So it doesn't. It's not something like if you bring Latinos over, they're going to suddenly populate the earth. They're not.
That's like the biggest stereotype about Latinos, though, is it not? Is like how many
For
kids they have
you mean how many they have over
I mean,
there?
people
in
people that
general.
live in
Even here, like
people that
I have
live
plenty of customers that are like very clearly descended from like another location. I don't know how far removed or if
well,
like how
people
long
who
they've been
live in
used.
like people who and this goes back to my point about like I was talking to Josh like a couple streams ago like about
Mhm.
how I think the better people live, the less children they're going to have, essentially. And I do agree with Josh on that certain like not necessarily
That
like he disagrees with me on that point, but I agree with him like these immigrants are going to come over and like have children. Because like even though it's a stereotype, a large part of like why those people have like so many children is because like people statistically who live in like more impoverished countries have more children on average because certain children are more likely to die and they need more help like working essentially.
See, I hear like mixed answers on that because I hear sometimes like wealthier people will have more kids than the poor, and then I hear sometimes like poor people will have more kids than the wealthy. And I don't
I've
know what's
never
true in either case. I think it kind of just equals out to like
Wealthy kids have more than usually 2 to 3 kids. Um, un, uh, when we're talking about extremely poor people, they're pumping out babies like crazy. All right,
okay,
but that's
then
not the norm.
immigrants
It's
should
not
be.
enough to meet. Do what?
So are immigrants who come over and don't have like a lot of established wealth, are they not going to be part of that metric that pumps out a bunch of kids?
So
Because
we're
that's what
just
I
gonna
was
what,
familiar with.
is it your ideal to keep them pressed down so they keep having generation after generation of
My I
babies, or is
never
the
said
ideal?
anything about press downs. Like I
Well,
never.
I'm just saying, like,
I spoke against the idea of them being paid less than us to begin with. Like that was never like an establishment of my thing. They can come over here and get whatever jobs they want. Because I even make mention like lift the illegal status. You just say the reforms thing, but if they're not having kids, then why do we have so many like Latino population that are considered U.S. citizens now? So clearly, like a lot of them did have kids. Like and from what I understand, like stereotypically more often than we do. So like they seem
no.
like
well his
there
point
was a
is like
study.
more his point is more like yes you have those kids but those kids won't have kids is what he's saying.
And see, I don't see why like that makes sense because we've had like Hispanics in the U.S. since the cowboy era, at least, probably further
Well, we've
back,
had
but
them
I just
since
don't
the
know for sure.
1800s, but because there's a whole population called Puerto Rico
Hmm.
of
Well,
pretty
yeah.
much,
Well, I
you know what
mean,
I'm saying?
I'm
And
kind
they're
of like
allowed to.
set.
They're legal citizens. They're allowed to go wherever the fuck they want.
They
But
are,
Puerto
and then
Ricans aren't the kind of guy that's going to clean your gutters out, which is what
yes, they
Latinos are
are. What
wanting.
do you mean? That's exactly.
Yeah. Lets me know you've never met Puerto Ricans.
My coworker is Puerto Rican, and that's exactly what he does is clean gutters. Like that's a job he's had before. That exact example I have like had anecdotal evidence for. It's one guy, so that doesn't like say a whole lot. It could just be like the outlier,
Okay.
but like
Do you
100% they
know
do
another
that.
guy? Martin didn't.
Another guy, Martin. I don't know who Martin is.
Martin, oh, you don't remember. But anyway, he was our friend in thing, and that motherfucker wouldn't touch anything. You couldn't even get him to do something. Like, all he would do is computer work, and that's it.
That's one guy though, and like the same thing
No,
is
my
like my
point
thing is
is
one
that
guy.
they are not the same as grabbing a fucking Venezuelan and Mr. Venezuela will work for fucking $2 in the bathroom breaks. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay,
versus somebody who's an established citizen saying, "Yeah, I'm not doing that job for that money. Fuck that." You know what I'm saying?
so like, okay, and I said like I think it's fine that they don't want to do the shit labor because we don't want to do the shit labor, and ultimately like someone ends up with it because everything else is taken, and that applies for both fields. So, like my question is, what is your solution to the idea of them coming over and having shit jobs? Because even like legal immigrants would come over,
They wouldn't have
and
shit
they typically
jobs.
get
They
paid
would
less.
if they were legal immigrants.
Okay, so if we lift the illegal status on them and give them citizenship regardless of like how they get here,
Right.
would
So
they not like
let's
be
we say we
working
let
and
another
having
10
babies?
million in. What's that solve?
The population like conundrum that you had brought up.
How's that
There
solve
would
it?
be
They're not having kids at replacement rate.
they would be replacing the kids that aren't being had for one. For two, like some of them have to be having kids. Like
Yes,
that's just the case.
we take in 2 million legal immigrants a year. When they come over here legally, they do not have kids the way that illegals do.
Okay, what are we basing
Well, it
that
goes
off of?
back
Because
to
I
that
don't
whole point of
understand like
like
why you're saying
take
that.
it goes back in to that whole point we were saying of like take it enough to like help we should have quotas to like help offset the babies people aren't having because like even though they're not going to have children it's not going to be like a one-time thing. We're taking them all in this year. Like the quota will vary year by year depending on like what we need. But like as long as we're trying to aim to offshoot that,
And what are we going to do with 500 plus American citizens when everything dips down to to, if anything, you know what I'm saying, like
lower the quota.
lower the quota for what?
Yeah, like
I'm sorry.
how many illegal immigrants we can um we're aiming for per year.
Well, first of all, it depends on the type of legal immigrant, the illegal immigrant, because some come here just
Well, I'm
for,
saying legal immigrant.
yeah. Well, like oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Which I'm also seeing a rise in how many immigrants are having kids from that study. It seems like, which you could also argue it's because more immigrants came in since then, so that could like bolster it. But it doesn't look like a decline so far.
What doesn't look like the people that were
Uh,
all given amnesty in the 80s are having kids at the same rate. Their kids are having kids at the same rates because that's not
well,
true.
I sent this is specifically referring to immigrants. So the people given amnesty, which don't have immigrant status anymore, wouldn't be like part of the study. But I sent a
Amnesty,
link to migrationpolicy.org.
amnesty doesn't mean you can get a job though. Amnesty just means you can't get kicked out.
Okay, but I mean, still, like, no matter what, like, if we have jobs that need done and only 60% of the workforce is working, then those people are going to be filling some jobs, like, and not necessarily just shit jobs, right? Like, I
No,
really don't
I said
understand.
60% of the population's working, not 60% of the workforce.
My bad. I did say workforce there for some reason, but 60% of the population, yeah.
I wonder what the percentage for like specifically able-bodied workers, like people who can work.
What's the percent? Say that again.
I wonder what's the percentage for like able-bodied workers, like people who can work.
Well, I mean, it depends. There's structured classes. You know, Melania isn't working. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Poor
Oh,
people
that's
probably
true.
are
Like
working. You know what I'm saying?
we're not. That's also like counting for like stay-at-home wives, that sort of stuff.
No, because I think it counts like when they do the work, how many people are working. I think it goes by household. So stay-at-home wives are considered in the same household as a working person, and they are still like lumped into that percentage sum.
Oh, okay.
So I do think that at least like stay-at-home wives and husbands specifically do get like accounted for.
Um,
Which if also we want to address like not having enough babies. I believe the demographic that has the highest abortion rate is Black women specifically. So I feel like we would want to like take a observation there to see like what causes that. And I think generally the answer for it seems to be money concerns is like what I had heard in the past. So I think generating like general wealth or improving like conditions such as things like mental illness would probably help cause an increase in population. And I guess the other question is if the problem with having immigrants over is that there's they'd be stuck with shit jobs because other jobs are taken. Like the same would go for like the next generation of children once they turn 18, right? Is that they would also be stuck with shit jobs starting out.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
okay. Native born women have a TFR around 1.73%. Over foreign-born, have it at 2.19%.
What is TFR?
It's fertility rate. I don't know what T stands for, but it's fertility rate.
Okay. Now that I understand that, go ahead and give me the numbers again. So it's which group of women have higher TFR than the other?
Illegals have or foreign-born. I won't say illegal, but foreign-born have a 2.19, and native-born have 1.73. So once they get over here, there's drops right into the fucking middle of about 1.8, which is what we all have. So, like I said, it doesn't solve that problem. It's not like we're gonna, invite these illegals over. We're gonna have to keep inviting them, keep inviting them, keep inviting them, keep inviting them every year.
All right, I'm back.
It seems like a pretty direct solution to if we can't like get people to have more kids. It seems like the next best alternative is like having immigrants come over and support our internal like structure. I really don't see the distinction or the concern.
Just for the direction, T stands for total fertility rate, TFR.
Okay. Total fertility rate.
No, I'm pretty sure TFR stands for transformation Rex, as in transforming people into TFR.
I don't think it means that.
I'm sorry, we were getting a bit serious there for a bit too long.
I think that's great because the last couple of streams weren't like as animated as I'm being tonight.
Yeah, but the fact is, it would not solve that problem. You know what I'm saying? We'd have to keep taking in 2 million a year, period.
And we can continue to do that if that's what's like necessary to keep us a strong infrastructure.
To what end?
To the end of having a strong populace here and maintaining our status as a superpowered of a nation, and that's perpetuating our ideals. I absolutely like immigration is like probably the biggest thing that America has ever benefited from. Like since way back when, like after the slaves were freed and we had the 14th Amendment and stuff, the railroad workers and the Hispanics there like came over and we consistently let people in more than any other country, and that we are what we are now today. I would say most likely because of that exclusively.
And you think that work is going to increase or decrease?
I think work is going to decrease no matter what because of things like AI and automation and all that. And like,
so
here's my question.
Let's say we do it your way and we have 500 million citizens.
Yes.
And only 100 million of them are working. What are we going to do with the other 400 million? Kick them back to their country?
No, we'll just support them with the production that we make, because what we produce like from a handful of people is more than what a handful of people need. Like as far as like food and stuff.
Oh, Walmart, God, you're going back to that. Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to do that system.
It's literally once we have the point, like right now we're like America is trying to get AI going, so we have like robots doing shit for us, and it's the same thing as the Industrial Revolution.
But it won't be you that gets robots done for it. It'll be robots taking your job.
Yes, and short term, I think that's an issue. But in the industrialization of America, shortly after like slavery was abolished, did the same thing where arguably jobs were taken away because now there were these new machines that were doing so much more than one person could do.
Right, these machines are independent machines. They're not. No, it won't level itself out. The machines before, all they did is the guys became machine operators rather than backhoe workers.
Yes,
these machines will do it. These machines will do it all, and you will do nothing, which means you will earn nothing.
Yes, which means the necessity to work to earn things will be less required because there are machines doing that stuff for us.
Great. How are you going to buy stuff? We're still a capitalist country. That ain't changing.
That will just have to change when we get to that point. Because
it doesn't have to change.
We will adapt and adjust. That's human nature.
Yes, like, we can all die off and adapt and adjust too. That's not a solution in itself. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes.
I didn't promise that I had like an immediate solution to what happens when AI takes over.
Great. So a fifth of the population, 4/5 of the population die of famine. The rest survive. The other 100 million survive. That's what you're saying.
No, because AI will still be producing the food. We will still have access to it.
How are you going to get access to the food? You get access to the food.
I don't know yet because we don't have a system in place for it. But the point is, like, when we got to the point where one person with a machine could produce what 5 people did by hand, like, less people were working, but the food was still being produced. The food is available and the resources necessary to survive are available. We would just need a different system established at that point in time that works for people based on how AI operates and how many people need the food.
You're basing it on a system that may or may not exist in the future, but on a technology that's going to exist really soon.
How can I answer like a future related
I
question
think-
regarding robots
I
based
think
off
I-
of like
I
how we
think
operate
I-
now?
I think I know what Cayden's saying. You're basically like, imagine he is a person that lived. You're asking him to solve the problems of like industrialization before industrialization's a thing.
Yeah, so like back then, like before industrialization in the U.S. happened, like they probably didn't have an answer or solution to that because they weren't at that point, so they didn't know what was
I'm
needed
saying
yet.
that you already know what's coming, and you're exacerbating the problem by inviting more people in. I don't think we should be letting legal immigrants in at this point.
You don't think we should be letting legal immigrants in?
Nope.
Okay, well then,
There's no rule that says that we
do
have
you
to
have
take
a
in immigrants.
solution to the population problem other than people having more babies? Like other than just stating that, like, do you have a thing that would gear people towards having more babies to offset that population?
Let me hold on. Let me ask this for clarification. Do you think we should even have a population increase in the first place?
Is that directed at Josh?
Josh.
Oh yeah, I thought it was
Okay.
okay. Oh, me? Okay.
I wasn't sure.
If we need it, I don't think we need it yet. I think people are
like-
struggling to get jobs as it is anyway. A plague
like,
would
you
work
don't-
good. Plague would work great.
You don't really mind so you don't really mind the fact that people aren't having babies then?
I mean, if it becomes a problem, yes. It's not a problem yet. The problem is that the elderly are getting more elderly, and there's a hell of a lot more elderly than young. That's the problem, which means a lot more of our money is going to be spent into Social Security and things like that.
Oh, there you go. Social Security and like FAFSA and stuff like that would be a means for people who aren't working in like the AI future. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
I did cut you off.
That's fine. No, that's fine. But you're not going to solve that problem because, okay, if it takes 500 million people to pay 100 million people Social Security, when that 100 million people is gone, you're going to need another fucking 200 million people to pay for that next generation's of Social Security because the numbers are dwindling. And here's the thing, they're dwindling all over the world, including in even places like Mexico and stuff like that. Mexico isn't having replacement rate babies.
What do
So
you
as we
think?
take their people, there are going to be less people in Mexico.
I mean, that benefits us, and like that. I guess we can't really concern ourselves with how Mexico's doing as like an internal structure
Oh,
because
fuck 'em.
we need to focus on ours.
You're like, yeah, fuck them.
I want the best for them, but like we can't really. You have to kind of focus on your like surrounding an environment first because you can't really have the reach to like focus as much, at least like across that. But like the U.S. would benefit from. No, I talked too much. I don't even know what the hell my original point was going to be. I'm sorry. What was the last thing you said?
I said that what you take from Mexico isn't coming back to Mexico. So as you take, okay, let's say you take 2 million a year and 20 million over a period, you're going to see a decrease of at least probably 10 million in Mexico. And then like, look at Canada. Canada's only down to what, 40 million people? That's all there and declining.
Okay. So I guess my question is, what is your solution to the population question?
To the population question, if this decision is to have more babies, but
Okay.
I had my 7. I'm waiting for you guys to jump on board and do that.
Right.
Ryan, start knocking up women.
And I think advocating for that makes sense in that sense, but because people aren't so like open to suggestion to immediately like jump on board on that, obviously, or else they probably would have already been having the babies. What do you think would help encourage people to start having more babies? Would it be the abolishment of contraceptives and abortion? Would it be
I don't know if it's the
focus?
abolishment of. I know it's, and that's where we're going with that anyway. Because like I said, I think it'll dip down for a while, and then I think it'll come back up.
So it will like naturally, inevitably return to an upward trajectory.
Once all the abortionists are gone, and the people that support abortion, or at least not all of them, but a good portion of them, to where they become a thing, you're gonna see less people that support abortion. Therefore, you're gonna see more. Okay.
Then it sounds like a
Muslims
non-issue
have
then.
a shit ton of kids. Catholics have a shit ton of kids. Orthodox have a shit ton of kids. Amish have a shit ton of kids. The people who aren't having kids.
Amish people don't really vote. I don't think though.
I don't think it's about voting.
It's not about voters. It's about it's not about voters. It's about the population.
Well, Ryan's over here concerned about how many Amish people are going to vote for him in the next presidential.
still gonna be selling their-
more so like I feel like Amish people are going to be advocating for the abolition of abortion either way.
They do advocate for it. They just don't vote for it.
That's
advocating for it is different than voting for it.
That's true. Because like if you like, regardless of if you're trying to get people to have more babies, like your focus.
And the
probably
Amish
wouldn't
did
be,
vote in the last election for Trump.
Did they? How do they? Oh well, I guess the polls come with like you have to have your ID and stuff to be able to vote to begin with. So
They have IDs. And I
yeah,
don't even know. And in Pennsylvania, no, they don't.
which I mean they got some like abortion reform like in this past term. So like to some degree, if that's what Amish were looking for, that they got like some of that.
But yeah, there was even a spike in Amish voters in Pennsylvania because of that.
Okay, I didn't
And
know that.
that's pretty uncommon because you didn't hear about that.
But also,
No, I didn't.
if you anticipate like abortion prone people or the people who aren't having kids to just die off, and then that there will be an upspike in growth anyways, and is there a population problem to begin with?
Is there a population problem to begin with? Yeah, there's a problem.
What is the problem? People
The
not having enough
problem is
babies?
going to be there's going to be nobody to support the elderly. That's going to be the problem. Women are going to be working until they're 100.
But you said there would
Men
be
are gonna
an
work till
upward
100.
spike anyway.
You know what I mean?
See, this is
Okay.
why I say
It's
take
the
all your
bottleneck's
stock.
at the bottom though. Like
See,
there's
this
like
is why I say
Okay.
take all your stock out of AI, put it in transhumanism. Society will be better off.
I forget what transhumanism is. I just know the only thing I know about transhumanism is from that one game Nick plays where like
Half-Life.
no, well I guess that too, but like the it's like the top down isometric one where like you can like have a society of
XCOM?
cannibals. That game.
Oh, RimWorld.
RimWorld, thank you. That one. That's the only like thing I know of that even correlates to transhumanism.
Basically, it's like replacing parts of your body with machines. Not quite cyborgs just yet, but like in between like humans and cyborgs.
So kind of what Neuralink is doing, the kind of like cyberpunkish direction that we seem to be going towards.
I'm way more of an advocate for transhumanism than I am for AI, honestly.
They kind of go hand in hand, though. Is like modern transhumanism and like the development of it currently is a result of AI.
Well, like why are you gonna have to use an AI for like replacing your heart with a machine, for example?
Oh, true. Like pig hearts and stuff. That's true. AI doesn't have to play a role in it. I think it will though, but not. It doesn't have to.
This isn't even this isn't even a problem that it's going to be my generation. I'm not going to have an issue with it. It'll be yours and my kids' generation.
That is true.
Problem with it,
which is why I'm asking, like, what you think will encourage, or because I feel my experience so far with my generation is it does seem very severely like environmental, people's like discernment, and this might even come back to Epstein in a sense because of the whole hoarding of wealth and
just
all
gotta
that
blame
stuff.
everything on Epstein, don't you?
A lot of things seem to kind of boil back towards him to some degree. But
hold on 1 second, I gotta pee.
Okay.
Hey, wait.
Yeah, you're gonna make him wait to pee? That's messed up, Ryan.
Well, I was about to head off, but
well, before you do, I do want to know, like, what is your thought process on, like, what? Okay, because like you don't have kids either. I don't have kids either. You have said before that you want kids, but at the same time, like, I guess my question is, you don't want kids? No, at some point in the past you did say you want kids, but I don't know if I guess or assume that your stance had changed since then, or like
I don't think I ever wanted.
What's he spouting off about? He answered now. No,
I'm trying to like try to find the root like element in my generation's like lack of child having, and like abortion and contraceptives do play a role in it. But it seems like for most cases, from what I understand, the answer is like purely economic, where they feel like they can't support kids. One, because of like the new centralization and like concerns that they'd be bringing kids into a bad environment, and then the secondary
it's
thing
partially that
it's not being able to financially support them.
It's partially both of those things for me. Partially, I just don't want kids. I don't want to deal with kids.
That's the bigger issue. Your generation just doesn't want kids.
Really. Well, my thing was going to be like one thing that I do think is beneficial about the rise of homosexuality is that for cases like orphans and stuff who don't have parents through like the death of a parent or whatever, abandonment and shit like that, is that they can be adopted by families that aren't capable of producing kids of their own, and then that helps like raise and provide a positive environment potentially for those children that wouldn't have been taken on by another family because
Sure.
those families are having their kids of their
But that has
own.
nothing to do with the adoptions. Have nothing to do with the other than adoptions of babies that would be aborted is going to affect the what's it called rate,
population.
the
Yeah.
population rate.
No, but it will give them
Anyway,
because like negative mental health does, I imagine, have an influence on whether or not people have kids.
Besides,
And
your generation that also doesn't want kids is the same generation that's okay. Your generation doesn't want them. They're not having them, and the ones that are less religious
hmm?
are the ones not having them. You know what I'm
Is
saying? Like,
there a okay? How many kids per religious household versus atheistic or agnostic households? Religious households generally have higher fertility. That does make sense. 2 to 3 compared to atheistic or agnostic households, which average 1 to 3 to 1 to 6. So there are like they are still having kids. Like it's not preventing them
no.
from having kids. They
All
aren't
right.
having as many, but they are still having kids.
Here's the rates in 6 counties with Amish people. All right. The average children in general Amish average is 6 to 8. In Comoco County, it's 6. In Elkhart County, it's 7. In Allen and Davis counties, it's 8. In Oswish Amish counties, it's
But
9.
Amish only make up so much of the
Hold on.
portion.
Yeah, but they're growing by 8-fold every time. Muslims.
Okay. So Muslims and Amish are eventually going to have like a higher population by the nature of their religion, but that doesn't mean that like atheists and agnostics aren't having any kids.
They're not having okay. Muslims have on average 3.1 children per woman.
And that's also assuming that like the religious households that are having kids, that those kids are going to end up religious.
They're more likely to end up religious than non-religious, or at least have a
Well,
slant towards that way.
we've talked about the current generation's like return to religion as they got older. So I imagine that sounds like something that just happens every generation, anyways. Like religious
No.
household, child goes against the religion, child returns to the religion, like later on in
Which
life.
I disagreed. I was pretty stance on disagreeing with that, but
With
anyways,
what?
that's what
With what?
with
What were you disagreeing with?
younger folk becoming religious, like my generation becoming more religious.
All right.
I don't think
Muslims
there's
have
any evidence. I don't think there's any evidence to support that, but that's
Well, this is anecdotal, but me, myself, Connor, Johnny, even, and he was the most anti-religious person growing up that I know of, and even he's like leaning towards it. You yourself have become Buddhistic, which is still a form of religion. So, like, just from
not even Buddhistic.
those four
though.
alone, were you not? You were Buddhistic, weren't you? Like omnistic Buddhism,
We already established the other day that he is a
pagan Sumerian.
no, he's a capitalist. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's his religion. My religion is moolah. But
I
like I
mean,
do feel like there is like
listen,
even
if I
your
was a
religion,
capitalist,
those
I just-
religious.
If I was a capitalist, I just call myself Catholic. Frankly,
You call yourself what?
Catholic.
If you're capitalistic, you
joke.
call yourself Catholic.
Yeah, because it's a joke about like paying for forgiveness.
Oh,
'Cause we
okay.
were talking about that the other
And
day.
whatever's going to solve
Anyway,
the rate
That's
will
fair,
have
that's
to
fair.
be something like taking away
Before-
things like go ahead.
Before y'all continue on that,
You did say it was time
I'm
for you to
going-
go.
yeah, I wanted to spend some time with my boyfriend before he fell asleep.
That's fair and fine.
that's
And I might even like if you're going on to Ubo, I might even join you because it is about the time we generally like sign out. Although I was extremely invested in these conversations.
Oh, I'm going to finish this conversation. You're going to
I
finish
think
it
it's
with
worth
me.
it. I think it's worth it. So
Yeah, y'all can
Brian,
finish
maybe
it.
I'll hop on. Maybe I
I-
won't.
I just wanted to dip out so I could spend some time with him.
No, you're
It
good.
was a
You're
good
man.
conversation, though.
For
Y'all
real.
have a good night.
Thank you. You too,
You too.
man. And you're always welcome back. I feel like we make like a good trifecta for these. Like me and
Well,
Josh
you know,
kind
I'm
of.
pretty much on here a lot, so
You
Josh
are.
was saying I'm on here. Josh was saying I was on here more than you are.
You were. Now I'm on
Yeah.
like between 7 and
Oh
11
my
a
God!
little
You come here
consistently.
one time at 7 o'clock. And
No,
you don't
oh,
hear
well,
the
that's true. But I usually get on here in the past like week and a half before Ryan does because he's usually not available until 9. So I have accumulated more hours, but Ryan has shown more dedication, if that makes sense, through
Here's
circumstance.
the average religious American has 2.2
Night.
children.
Good
The
night.
average atheist American has 1.8 children.
That's what I saw.
Okay.
So that means 1 to 2 children per atheistic agnostic household on average.
Right. So atheists are having children at a non-replacement rate. Uh, they're the non-replacement rates. So, like I said, they will be having, and these atheist Americans are, some of them are loosely atheist rather than I'm a diehard atheist.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is like because I feel like a lot of youth, and I don't know if this is every generation. Well, because you said you had stepped away from Christianity at one point in your life, right?
Not that I stepped away from it, I just didn't think much about it for a while.
Okay.
I
In
mean,
that
like,
period,
that's
would
just
you have
pretty much
considered yourself more agnostic rather than religious necessarily?
right. But when we're referring to atheist Americans at the time of their having children, it's 1.8 and declining. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the age demographics. That's it
But
below
I guess
birth.
my point is like
When we're talking
atheism.
about religious Americans, we're talking about 2.2 children on
Yes.
average.
Well, my point is there is like a consistency, or at least there feels like a consistency with people returning to Christianity or any religion, like or determining a religion later in life. So some of those people could have kids, be atheistic or agnostic, and then convert over, and then they become part of that metric that's measured for the study
Sure,
for as
but
religious.
do you want a completely religious society? Because that's what will end up happening if that's the goal. Even the ones you're bringing over, the
I don't.
illegals.
I do actually like even well for one like it's easier for me to say that now that as I've gotten like more religious myself and more spiritualistic. But I do think that like no matter what, and this is kind of weird because I'm about to contradict how I used to be. But even when I was like atheistic and agnostic, I did fully believe this. Is that no matter what, I do think being religious is more beneficial throughout your life, your mood, and your mentality purely because of like the placebo effect is proven to work. So no matter if your religion is wrong, if you fully have like blind faith in it and through that have blind faith in yourself, it does benefit you in every aspect of life. And so I do think like that's another reason that people are moving over towards religion is that because once they give it a try, they do notice improvements in their own life, regardless of how much they think it's actually the case. Because even my dad, as much as he gets benefits from his religion, but even he says like at points like he's not confident in the existence of like the true gods.
Sure.
So like no matter what, I do think it is better to have a religious society. I think
Then an
overly
atheist society?
religious.
I
Yeah.
agree, but you know what's going to come with that?
What's that?
Religious rules.
That is true, and that's where I think the fact that we can have Amish. I think there has to be a religious society, but there has to be no singular religious society, if that makes sense. Because now we have Christians, we have Jews, we have pagans, we have Wiccans, we have Asatru, we have whatever the fuck else, Buddhists, and we have so much
Yeah,
of that
but
in America because we've adapted all the immigrants and
we
cultures
don't
of
have
other
a whole lot
locations.
of the other ones. We do have a lot of Amish, and they're growing at a rapid rate.
Yeah,
Um,
but I think just encouraging, like,
yeah, but you're having 8-to-1
yeah.
kids. There's 404,000 Amish now. Even if they pay off, which is what they would have to do, probably or close to, and had 8-to-1 children, within within 5 years, there will be well over 1.8 million, and then within that, they'll be close to 10 million within 10 years. And with that, and I don't think they're going to suddenly stop having fucking kids.
No,
You
it's
know what I'm
kind of
saying?
like one of their main principles of religion is how many kids they
Sure.
have.
Right.
Um,
So, go
but
ahead.
that's the thing is that they could eventually outscale us or any group.
Quickly,
Yes,
outskill us.
but at the same time, that doesn't mean like other groups are going to die off entirely. Like those groups, as long as there is the 3-to-1 ratio for like a Catholic household, Catholicism will still live on. And as far as the concern
Yeah,
of like,
no. I'm just, whether it's Amish or Catholic or something, you're going to be living under a doctrine of heavy religion. Okay. Um.
well, that's really
Oh.
the Constitution and stuff. As long as we maintain the American ideals alongside with religious ideals. But yes, eventually, like people will. But that's the thing is, right now, wouldn't like with the abolishment of abortion, would that not be argued as a Christian rule that is applied to the entirety of society? Because that's kind of already the case, and that's going to be the case no matter what, just because of the idea of a majoritative demographic. And I think that if like Amish people are having 7, 8 kids, and those 7, 8 kids stay Amish through their whole lives, even after exposure to other religions. It might be that that is the most beneficial religion to have for your own like life, and therefore it is the one to perpetuate for America's sake. Arguably, I don't know enough about Amish to say whether or not I do think that like all their beliefs are great. Uh, but like the fact that they themselves are having the most kids as a religion does bode well for America because we will still at least have the numbers to survive and the numbers to continue to be a superpower.
Well, superpower isn't an issue. I don't know why you thought that was an issue, but
Superpower is a result of internal structure, and it keeps us like able to defend ourselves from like if we have to come into conflict or blows with another country. It is beneficial for like a self-preservation purpose for the country, but I don't think that that is a sole like reason for a nation or society to exist.
hold on.
You're good.
No, I was reading. I'm bringing up the data for something.
Okay.
All right. Catholics have 2.4 children, which makes them about 34% of the population. Protestants have 2.2 children, makes them about 21% of the population. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's only a matter of time before you're living under religious doctrine, extreme religious doctrine.
But a lot of people in my generation already feel like they live under specifically Christian religious like ideals.
Yeah, they'll figure out that they'll regret it in about 20 years when they realize, oh shit, this is what. Yeah.
But we could say the same thing about the Amish, is that like people will regret not being Amish because they'll realize that Amish were better to live as.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. They're going to regret it because they think they're. When you think somebody's oppressing you, you're only going to feel. You're not really going to feel the sting when people actually start oppressing you.
Well, I wouldn't call like what my generation's experience as oppression. It's just like
really because that's exactly what the either the non-practicing Protestants or the atheists think when it comes to things like abortion. They think they're being oppressed.
That is true. There's a large group of atheistic and agnostics, specifically left-leaning like folks who do consider that oppression.
You said you have a cousin who thinks that? Yeah. Right, because they've already enshrined it as a right, which was a mistake. Well, yeah, they don't actually follow. A lot of people were like, well, I personally wouldn't, and then they go that route with it.
Here's another thing I do want to say that like is a benefit of homosexuality and their lack of reproduction is, are you familiar with the Mouse Utopia experiment? And I feel like this could explain a lot of like modern sensationalization, is because Mouse Utopia was this perfect environment in the 1970s. It's called Universe 25 also. That's a wild name for it. In the 1970s, it was an experiment where they gave a large space for mice with unlimited food, water, and no predators. And they studied the effects of overcrowding, because eventually the rats would overpopulate to the point that they had no sense of privacy, no sense like barrier. And even though there was enough resources for all of them, they would fight over the resources, and then some of them would walk away, and rather than even be like around the other rats, they would try to isolate themselves as best they can, and instead starve and inhabit mental illnesses. So an overpopulation could also become a problem in the long term. And for that sake, I think that certain aspects of population control, like contraceptives or homosexuality, I think homosexuality's rise now is probably like a natural side effect of the sensation of overcrowding. Because there's a lot of people now that are anxious, and that reflects like the symptoms of zootosis.
Are you suggesting that homosexuality is a byproduct of the mental illness that comes with high populations?
I don't think it's a byproduct of the mental illness. I think specifically it's the sensation of there's already enough people, and so people just kind of move away from the need for.
Except that there isn't already enough people.
If we have more, but like there's like the housing market has been pretty rough for the past 10 years, and that's something that even my dad has corroborated, that like since his youth it has gotten really hard. And so
it's starting to decline. That's just a bubble waiting to burst. I'm not worried about that. That's small, short term.
I think another aspect is like studio apartments and stuff being a thing, like spaces that are too confined for one person to feel like they have enough freedom of movement for themselves within their own space, and the fact that people don't feel like media is a big thing that causes people to fear like their neighbors and going out in public because concerns about like, murder, rape and stuff like that. So when people fear being outside, no matter how much space there is outside, if we don't have enough houses to accommodate all those people, and we are having like 7 kids per household, but not enough rooms for all those kids, that will cause zoochosis. And I think that it's a natural
Yeah, but
response to
that's not
overcrowding.
okay. Like my children aren't going to have to worry about whether or not there's 7 children. Every one of them will have a house. Every one of them
Yeah.
will, and I'll show them how to get it. And when I help them when they can't, but that's me actively parenting well into adulthood, which is what most people don't do, which is a big problem.
But here's the
But
question: how many babies are born a year, and how many people, like, how many houses are built a year?
well, less are being built because
Why?
uh,
Because if it's less houses than babies that are being produced each year, eventually there will be that like incapability.
no,
That and also
it's
I feel like
actually
our road infrastructure is a big part of why people feel crowded too.
well.
Actually,
There's a few problems with the housing thing. One, it was designed for families of 2, not families of 1, which is a problem
that's
in the
true.
short term.
In which case we can apply like a multiplier for the houses and the rooms and the number of people they accommodate. But there is still like a massive disparity between the two. Because we have 135 million babies. Oh, that's just globally. Hold up. I need to specify US for these. Because otherwise that would explain why there's such a massive number disparity. Okay, so it's 3.6 million babies per year roundabout.
And less houses are being built because less people can afford them.
And that's my point. If people feel like they can't afford houses, then they feel like they can't support their kids. And like how many kids becomes
Right.
maintainable or manageable is
here's
a
the
matter of
thing.
finance and housing.
No, I agree with that. But the thing is that, so like, what is your position on that? Do you think that that it's going to be beneficial or think who do you think is going to be able to afford houses?
Who do I think can be able to afford houses?
Yes.
Eventually, it's just going to be the answer of whoever gets paid more than the other babies once they grow up.
Yeah, and who's that going to be?
I don't know.
It's
Like
going to be
just anybody
tribalistic
with
is
money.
what it's going to be. It's going to be whatever
Tribalistic.
tribe. Yeah. Everybody's going to become retreat to their own tribes, and all the Asians will be like, hey, we're gonna try to get as many houses for Asians, or or Latinos. We're gonna have too many houses for Latinos. We're gonna give jobs to Latinos, and I'm not saying that's a problem, but
Oh, okay, nepotism basically is
yeah,
like
nepotism.
whoever
Nobody's gonna
has the
hire anybody that
resources.
is no, like
And that's true. And that's kind
I've
of
even
like a
seen it
big thing already.
when I'm working places. Like I'll be working at a job doing just fine, which I was when I worked at Cornabella, and
Like I've seen it too. I worked at a place where like
they kind
everybody
of
there was
squeezed
like,
me out. They didn't fire me. They just kind of downshifted my hours to nothing, which is what happened at Taco Bell. To squeezing the people they wanted. Both happened at both locations.
okay, well
And
here's
I
a
wasn't.
potential solution to that race-based tribalistic possibility: mixed breeding.
That's not going to change anything. It's not like they're just going to. Do you know how fucking mixed breeded people are treated?
Right now they're treated as poorly, but it's only because they're such a small minority, and
They
generally
will
that
remain
becomes
a
a
small
result of the
minority
tribalistic view.
because. Do what? No what?
Well, right now we already have like it's very commonplace for black and white like snow bunnies. Snow bunnies are
What
a
are you
big
talking
thing.
about? Your whole life was nepotized. Your dad's life is nepotism. You think he got that job by anything other than nepotism?
No, I know. Yeah, he got it through Heidi, and that was the whole
Right.
reason I stepped away from that job. Is I felt like I was benefiting too much off of nepotism and not making it myself, which is why I ended up getting this house.
Except for
after
that
I
you
started-
are. You're literally sharing a room with your brother, and that's
Yeah.
nepotism.
It's mutual benefitism. He actually, if anything, like he benefited more from it than I did because he wasn't going to move out unless I had brought him with me to a place like this. And I do benefit from the fact he's willing to pay bills, but at the same time, I would have been willing to do
But
that
you
with
wouldn't call that
anybody.
nepotism? I would absolutely call that nepotism.
It is. I wasn't even commenting on nepotism before. I was talking about the mixed breeding and black and white. Like I was talking about the snow bunnies and how already we have like a increase in population for how many people are having babies that
snow
aren't
bunnies?
just. It's white girls who like black guys, basically.
Well, the
It's
black guys doesn't matter.
It matters in the context of
No, their population's dying so bad that
right because of abortion and stuff. But I also
yeah,
feel
so
like that comes down to environmental factors. But I'm talking specifically about the argument of tribalism in the sense of race-based, because I did specify race-based tribalism. And in that case, if people continued mixed breeding, eventually we would all settle towards a final result that is a balance of all races to some
Yeah, over a
degree.
period of a couple thousand years, sure,
Yes.
we will. Yes, but that's
A
always
couple
going
of
to happen.
thousand
That was
years at
always
its current
going to
rate.
happen.
Yeah, but that
Yeah.
would be the solution to that, is to encourage mixed breeding over tribalistic breeding.
But they don't. They're encouraging tribalistic more now than ever before.
Less now than before, because again, like that's a big thing now. Is like white and black couples are a very big thing now, and then there's a lot of like Hispanic and white couples and Hispanic and black couples, and there's
Yes, but do you know who's not coupling?
who?
Black women and white men. Not generally.
That's true. But
Actually,
I mean,
anybody. Whoa. First, let's start with anybody.
well,
for
no,
that.
I've seen some examples of that, but it does seem like a lower.
No, extremely lower. Less than half the population are coupled.
But again, there's a part of that where the fact that even those couples wouldn't be having as many babies because specifically black women are considered like the largest demographic for abortion right now.
Sure, which is probably why black men want to desire less. Nobody wants to have a baby with somebody that's going to abort it.
That's true. But again, like that comes down to environmental factors. I feel like
sure, but nobody's saying that it doesn't come down to environmental factors. All of it comes down to environmental factors.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
So the only way to address it is to address those environmental factors.
Yes, but the environmental factors aren't things like poverty. If anything, poverty creates more babies than it destroys. So you're gonna drive everybody into poverty to drive up fucking population rates?
It's a little bit of both. Like a lot of people in poverty do have babies, but also most people are probably going to err on the side of poverty because most people are going to land at the lower end of the spectrum of like wealth than the higher end, just by the nature of like wealth. But on top of that, like one of the main reasons for abortions is specifically because people don't feel like they can afford having more kids because of closed
higher
spaces.
Poverty levels generally associated with higher birth rates, as families in poorer countries tend to have more children. This trend is influenced by factors such as lower access to education, reproductive health, which can lead to higher fertility rates in economically disadvantaged areas.
Let me look up percentile of the U.S. that's considered impoverished right now. So 11.1%.
Right.
Okay, so 11% of the country is considered impoverished by the U.S. Census Bureau's consideration, which is an increase from 2024. Oh no,
I'll put an example out there. Kim Ryan's living in a car, and she has 3 children.
Yes.
Kim Hudgens is living in a camper, and she has 3 children.
Correct.
All right. This is her. Me and Jamie live in on our own property with our own house, and we have 2 children. Now, technically, I have 7 children with all of them, but together. But
okay,
you know what I mean, baby. We're talking about biological children, baby. Sorry, we're talking about birth rates. Sorry.
Those are a couple of examples, but at the same time, which is going to be cheaper, like long term? Is it going to be having a kid or having an abortion? It's probably the abortion is going to be cheaper, and that's usually what's cited as like the reason for moving towards abortion. Like it is a factor.
Yes, but the people getting abortions are not wealthy people, are wealthy people more than non-wealthy people.
People that get abortions usually rack up medical bills like therapy and shit, because most people end up regretting it and needing help. So they end up being actually way more expensive than actually having a kid.
Okay, there's some truth to that. That's sure. I have to agree with that.
Well, let me look at 8.6% of poor women have abortion, and 31.9% of affluent women opt for abortion. So yeah, it does look like wealth, higher wealth is more for or more often with abortion.
Sure.
Okay. So it might not be as much an economic factor.
And this is why we need legal immigrants that come from countries, but less illegal immigrants.
Which also goes back to what Ryan said, which is that like we should make it more accessible to become a legal citizen in that case.
Actually, we need it less accessible and only to the wealthy, because that's what needs the replacement rate, is the affluent. Because that's where we're losing the replacement rate.
But if we're still having more people, does it matter whether or not it's the wealthy or the poor that are having kids, as long as the kids are growing up?
It will matter whether they're wealthy or poor. If a bunch of people at the bottom are fighting for scraps of food, adding more people to the bottom isn't going to do anything but cause more fighting for scraps of food.
Okay.
If the affluent is,
so that sounds like the Mouse Utopia overpopulation problem I was proposing.
I don't know what that is. I mean, like you mentioned earlier, but I don't know exactly. I haven't looked at the study or
With
whatever.
Mouse Utopia, they had plenty of resources, plenty of food, and plenty of water, but they became so overpopulated that they started. At one point, I believe like some of them literally ate themselves. Like they developed mental illnesses. They started like moving themselves away from the food because they prioritized isolation as much as possible over like the actual natural resources to survive, and it did cause conflict. So the idea of like the poor people fighting over resources as a result of poor people having more babies would be an example of mouse utopia overcrowding and the zoocosis that comes with that.
Hold on. I gotta use Grok because the other one.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, and one of the examples given in Mouse Utopia is the behavioral sink includes a symptom of the cessation of breeding. So they stopped breeding until they were extinct. I feel like that's really reflective of our modern society in a number of aspects.
Oh, in some ways it's not. But
And it's like it's artificial overcrowding too, because we have so much space available to convert or to live in.
But we don't
most
have an
people consider
overcrowding
those
problem.
livable
We're not
spaces.
talking because one thing we're not talking about overcrowding. It's not like putting them in this cage, this defined barrier that we do. There's widespread. You can move anywhere in the United States you want. You know what I'm saying? There isn't restrictive barriers other
There
than
is the
financial restrictive barriers.
there is a
Go ahead.
restrictive barrier of the fact that people only consider houses to be a livable environment now because nobody wants to be on the streets, and people want to live in houses, obviously. But that does mean that the confinement
Yeah,
of our
but
space is not
the
the size of the country;
the
it
problem
is
with
the size of
housing,
housing.
the problem with housing is of a different sort, and it's a real easy one.
Mhm.
Affordable housing isn't. There's no money in affordable housing, so people do not do privately do affordable housing. All right. Um, States do it, federal government does it, but what it does is it's just not at a rate that would keep people competitive with housing prices and things like that. Um,
I don't follow.
okay. Um, Housing isn't um okay. To build a house, let's say we build a $500,000 house. There's a lot
Mhm.
more profit in there than building $50,000 homes. Okay, so states build the thing, but they don't put as much money into it as wealthy influence financiers do. I'm not going to go into business selling $50,000 homes unless I'm going to make $25,000 out of the deal every pop.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
right. So like
Um,
money would
okay.
be a reason for limited housing.
Well, the incentive would be a problem with the incentive. So states do make them. So, you know what I'm saying? They do housing, and so do what's it called. But then we have things like building codes. You know what? How long it takes to get a house built in California? Insane. I think 2 to 3
It
years.
is a long time because I used to do
Okay.
foundations for houses,
And
so I am
where's
familiar with.
homelessness popping up in states like California and things like that?
Mhm.
Even more so than Florida, even though we're pretty much the same as far as, but we are less stringent on what is required to be defined as a house. California has very strict rules about it.
But that's the
Very
other thing
strict.
is we're less stringent on what qualifies as a house because like some places that people live are studio apartments, and I would say that that's too confined of a space for the average person, especially with a family, to be able to
No,
live in.
for a family, yes, but for most of it, it's about getting off the ground than it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I won't live in this place forever. I won't. Um,
Yeah,
I will
that's what it's
probably
meant
move on
for,
to
but
another
it'll
location.
still have the effect psychologically of feeling confined, the same way animals experience from being in cages at the zoo, and that's kind of what zoocosis is, and that's what the mouse utopia concept is.
Yes,
I'm
but
drawing
that
parallel
that is
to.
a limitation that they can't escape. These are you're taking a literal glass ceiling versus a physical glass ceiling. You know what I'm saying? They can't get out of it because the ceiling is shut off. There's no way to escape that thing. All right, you understand what I'm saying?
Uh, which one are you saying is the physical glass ceiling? Which one are you saying is the literal glass ceiling?
Okay, the experiment is a physical glass ceiling. It's
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's defined as a physical glass ceiling. All right, you can't escape it. You can't actually escape it.
correct.
All right. as you can see, people do move and they're migrating like crazy and readjusting for the economy and things like that.
They
People are moving
do.
all out of California, they're moving all out of New York and into to Dallas and other suburbs and places that are building houses and stuff like that.
Mhm. But at the same
Um,
time, the growth of population is smaller than the amount of houses that are being produced, and then some of those houses are like
no, we're still
duplexes and
growing as a
studios.
population.
We are,
Okay,
but
actually, we're growing
houses aren't
insanely as a
growing as
population.
houses are not growing as quickly as the population is.
Well, no, that's I mean a lot of something that has to do with legal immigration. You pump in 15 million people and be like, give them all houses in the next 4 years. Good luck with that. You know what I'm saying? That's especially when we're building a million houses a year.
Mhm.
If you take in 20 million people, 10 million people, you're going to need to put out 10 million homes or something
The
close to that at
argument for
least.
that is the same for both, like in the conversation of babies as it is about immigrants. Like the issue is there's too many people and not enough housing, and housing is the only place that's considered like living. If more people, if we had like a system to where we could live outside, that would be resolved to some degree. But if the population grows to the point that there's like, and I imagine
Well,
inevitably it
a
would as
lot of
long as there's
states
a
don't
consistent
have rules
rise.
about living outside.
They don't, but nobody
You
would
know,
considers that proper living, and like the homeless are frowned upon, and those are also like
it's
in
not
like.
proper living because you can't maintain or like say you have children. If
Mhm.
you have children, you're going to want them indoors. You're not going to want them outdoors. Period.
Exactly. So that
Okay.
is it is a psychological glass ceiling, but that psychological glass ceiling is still an effect that can cause psychosis in people.
No,
And
people
I
aren't
feel like
living
that
outside whether unless they absolutely have to. Period.
that's what I'm saying is people won't live outside. So the our physical space limitation, especially considering how many buildings and stuff are for workplace only and are not considered livable environments, our physical
What?
limitation of limited environments
Okay.
is how many houses there are, and that isn't growing as exponentially as babies. So therefore, like people will experience that
Not
Cayden
babies, but
psychosis.
as the population isn't growing.
Right, the population.
Yeah. Well, they're not really babies. It's not like we're having more babies, and this was like because that actually gives you time to build
We
usually a
can
20-year nest
include
egg.
both for this because the problem is like we can us taking in
Well, no,
people and then
taking
also
20 million
raising
people.
people.
Okay, if the estimate's accurate at 20 million or the estimate's accurate at 10 million, and you just plop them in over a period of 4 years of full grown citizens that need housing versus babies that will grow over time,
Mhm.
okay, I can raise several babies in my house. Babies do not cost much. Babies don't, you know what I'm saying? Until they're 18 years of age and they can get their own house. If you take people and just bring them in as illegals, then you're you know what I'm saying? You're
They're
taking in
both
no one's full citizens that need to get out, essentially need to get out and get their own home versus somebody that's going to have a 10 to, or a 20-year period to grow in.
but if
You
that
know,
growth is that again, if we are multiplying, like mm, if our population growth is multiplicative and it's higher than the amount of houses, like those both are just the
but
different
they're
pathways to the
not.
same
Okay,
problem.
if we had no immigration last year, absolutely none, or the
Mhm.
4 years before that, if we had absolutely no immigration, we would have been on par with building. Okay, we would.
Sure.
Okay, there'd be
Okay.
10 million less people, and then any subsequent children they make, and the people that are having children
And that
would
would
have a
lower
20-year
it.
period to raise those children before those children need homes.
That would lower the problem shorthand. I agree with that. But if the Amish are having 7 kids per household and
They
that's
build
how
a house for
multiplicative,
every kid, though. They
yes,
don't have a
they
housing problem.
okay.
The
And then
Amish
what do
do
we do?
not.
What do we do when we run out of space to put houses? Because we'll still need trees and farms and stuff like that.
Good
And we
luck
still
with
have business
that. Running
closures.
out of space,
It,
you
it has to happen
realize
eventually. Like if we keep growing,
I'm
it has to happen
sure
eventually.
20 billion people later,
Right. So when we get to that point, that even outside, like even if we count nature as a living space, eventually, inevitably, there would be that mouse utopia effect. And I'm saying that I think right now, because of the limitation of spacing, and that most people have to live in
there's
studios
no
and
limitation
duplexes.
in spacing. There's not even close to a limitation in spacing. Do you realize that most of the United States alone is unoccupied? Most of
How
it.
much of it? And if that's the case, then why is it not more affordable for more people? Why are people being stuck with like studios and stuff like that are
I'm
smaller
about
than
to tell you
houses?
that. I'll answer that one for you.
Okay.
Approximately 44% of U.S. Census blocks reported a population of zero, indicating a significant amount of land is unpopulated. Overall, about 94% of land in the U.S. is not considered urban, which with much of it be used for agriculture and non-residential purposes. So I'd say a lot.
Which that stuff we still need to be like non-housing.
I'm not saying we're just talking about space,
Mhm.
okay? And when we're talking about space in terms, okay, like I have a half-acre lot
Mhm.
that could easily be broken down into two houses. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It
in
could.
fact, I have somebody living on my property because it can be broken down into
But
two
here's the thing
houses.
I've also noticed with like my job of going into people's houses and talking to people about their housing situations, which isn't like the main. That's
Yeah,
just
but
like.
that's mostly people in
But here's
cul-de-sacs.
the
But go
thing:
ahead.
is a lot of people hate going outside and having to interact with their neighbors if they don't feel like they have enough of a yard. A lot of people want the bigger yard because it means some separation from their neighbor, and that alone like is indicative of zoochosis, the anxiety of having people that close to you and
People
feeling
living
like you
in
need more space.
cul-de-sacs. You think people?
Cul-de-sacs in the villages, even like I have had talked to a bunch of people who wouldn't want to live in the villages specifically because the houses are too close together and they don't feel like they have enough space for themselves. They don't have any yard for themselves. They don't have any like sense of
I don't
freedom.
understand that because the average home in the villages is a considerable size home.
They're a considerable sized home, but they're also all directly next to each other. And even like they have that sensation. And as like if you build two houses on those lots, like you were talking about with your acre, that would be even more so the case that you feel like you'd be too encroached on by everybody around you. And that is the
A
problem
lot of
with the
places
mouse
like the
utopia.
UK, because the UK has a very limited land space. All right, they're
Mhm.
still building tiny, like not tiny homes, but much smaller homes, like 800 square foot homes.
Here, I guess
Okay.
here's my point: is Japan hotel? What the hell are they called? The hotel pod things, capsule hotels, because they have a population, or they would be a good example of like a mouse utopia effect. I feel like the capsule hotels at some point, like we would have too many people and not enough space for housing under our current infrastructure. And in that sense, in the long term, eventually we would have to move towards capsule hotels where it is like 10 to 20 people squished like sardines in the same house.
Sure, and this may be a problem. Say let's say 300 years in the future, 400 years in the future. It's
Mhm.
definitely a problem 400 years from now,
Yeah.
possibly.
But even currently, I feel like our society, because you and I talked about like the extremism on both sides and the sensationalization. Holy shit! Cameron responded.
Is he the one that sent that wiki? Oh no. Oh. Oh. Um. Should birthright decision go away as it stands today? I mean, it kind of has to.
Does it? Because I was gonna. Okay, I'll just read like what I typed in for the sake
Well,
of the
as it
stream. But
stands today means anybody that has birth, it's like anchor babies are welcome. And it's not that
yes,
I think it, okay, here's the issue. All right, if there are citizens, then we should take custody of them. If it's say Mexican citizens or whatever, like say Norwegian citizens,
I
they
want
have a
to get
right to take.
Cameron's. Like,
Okay,
I think Cameron's probably gonna lean towards your like conversation or your viewpoint on this. But I still want to get him up just to see what he has to add. But I got what the hell?
he
Skywatch.
said
There we go.
no. Yeah, he's too tired. But yeah, the the and like I said, as it stands, I think citizens of citizen. I think children of citizens are citizens. I think children of
Hmm.
illegals or any kind of immigrant or anybody here that's on a visa status or whatever are temporary citizens or not temporary citizens, temporary visa holders. And I'm not saying they should be kicked out, but I'm not saying they should be U.S. citizens either because their parents are not U.S. citizens.
So if they don't
I
get
don't think.
kicked out and they don't get made U.S. citizens, wouldn't that feed into your argument about slave labor from earlier?
No, we're talking about legal visa holders.
Okay.
Not we're not talking about illegal immigrants. We're talking about legal visa holders.
Do they not have access to a lot of the same things that U.S. citizens do, aside from like, well,
Well, they
actually
don't have
aside from
gun
right?
rights. They don't have. There's a lot of a constitution that doesn't apply to
And I feel like not letting visa holders have gun rights is still kind of against like American ideals because I know they're not U.S. citizens, but at the same time, our whole point behind the Second Amendment is that everybody has the right to defend themselves, including against government.
Yes,
so I think
but that is a citizen's
visa holders should
compact,
be able to.
not a foreign nationals compact.
I know how it stands legally, but I think ethically and like like ideologically, like it's what America is kind of built on. So it seems like it undermines that aspect of the American Revolution.
Yeah, but the same thing could be said about you had to either be a U.S. citizen born in the United States, or a um, or like a citizen. What are they called when foreign nationals become citizens?
Naturalization.
Nationalization or
Okay,
nationalization, and that was true from the founding. To run for office, to anything, it's literally written into the Constitution. Foreign nationals that are not Americanized cannot and we make that distinction in the Constitution itself.
We do.
So no, but I disagree that's the if you want to write a new Constitution, that's one thing, but it's different than saying
But I mean, we've already got one established. Like it would also be unconstitutional to rewrite the Constitution. So
no,
I'm not going to advocate
do it by vote. You'd have to get enough votes together. They passed the fucking alcohol amendment in the 18th Amendment. Never thought that happened, but
wait a second. What is the 18th Amendment? That doesn't ever really come up in conversation.
It says the banning of all alcohol, other than for medical purposes.
Ooh. See, I'm mixed on that. I feel like it's fair to allow people to enjoy alcohol, but it very clearly
right. That's why we have a 21st
some people now. So much problem. What's the 21th Amendment?
It says that now people can buy alcohol.
Oh, okay. See, alcohol. I think it's strange that like alcohol took over more so than THC because I guess THC has like a longer.
THC, give it time. THC will start getting into amendments.
It is moving to that point.
Yeah, there's like 30-40% of the population that does it.
Even THC, I experience and
it's
I know it's like underlying mental illness, like related stuff, but like.
All right, we'll be back and forth on that for a while.
For what, THC?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like it's moving towards that.
Yeah, I would agree.
But
I mean,
THC does also exacerbate like certain qualities of people, such as mental illness, the same way alcohol does. So, like, it's a mixed bag. I think the freedom is good, but like I feel like there needs to be some way to address those kinds of issues, and it's really hard to find a balance.
Possibly raising the age of it to 25, like they do cigarettes.
That's true.
In Hawaii, you can't buy cigarettes unless you're 25 or older.
There was actually something that there was a dispute between Jasmine Crockett, and a Texan representative, and I can't remember his name. I think it's like Byron or something.
Byron Daniels.
Yeah, that sounds right. Byron Donalds.
Yeah.
But they had a discussion. I feel like it's a good like set piece for us too. Is like because of the whole thing about like the brain isn't fully developed until 25. They were talking about whether or not crimes should be charged as like as if you were a minor until you were 25. And they both had bad arguments on it, which is that he said that all crimes should be charged without like with full like punishment the moment you're 18. And then her thing was crime should not be charged with full punishment until you're 25 when your brain's fully developed. And then she used the point that he had gone to jail before and was given a beneficial opportunity at one point. But I think there's like a middle ground there where it's as simple as like
there is a middle ground. It's called 18. I mean, that's the middle ground.
If we want to talk about like the 18 to 25 brain development thing, because like already 21 is now the thing for alcohol and tobacco and stuff.
It used to be that
would be violent crimes or crimes that are like directly targeting a person or individual. I feel like at 18, you know more than well enough that that's completely inexcusable. As far as other more minor crimes, such as like drug, like growing your own weed and stuff like that, I feel like that would be fine.
That's not a crime anymore. Not really a crime. I mean, no state.
Not really, but something of that level is what I mean. Like having tobacco and not having a license for it. Like I don't think you should go for 10 years because you were trying to grow your own tobacco, unless you were using it for nefarious uses.
Well, I mean, the very definition of its use is nefarious uses. I mean, it's okay. when do we define what is poison? Like, I guess that's what it comes down to. Is what do we define as poison?
That's a good question. Because
What would we charge somebody with? Okay, if I gave um,
I guess
THC to a child, they would define that
Mhm.
as me poisoning that child.
they would, and in that case,
Okay.
that could be argued as like a nefarious use in a sense. So
Right.
like that would hit that gray area where it's like obviously you weren't trying to hurt the child, but at the same time you were doing something that you know that the child was not
Some
prepared
people
for.
do sneak their children that because of things like stress, anxiety, and stuff like
Yes,
that. You know what I'm saying?
yes, I've heard of
Which
that.
is
Some
a
people
new
I knew in
recent
high school were.
development. Like, not that, but childhood anxiety is in kind of a new development. Came around about the 80s.
Mhm.
Became more popular.
Which
But
again, 80s. That's about when Epstein got active and super rich through Ponzi
oh
schemes,
my
and then
God, he did not cause
it.
the fucking.
He had like
You
involvements with
can't
the
blame the man for
DOJ.
everything, okay? He
I'm
didn't.
saying I'm not blaming him for everything. Him and co-conspirators and like the high-profile people he had like associated with him. I do feel like their greed and hoardingness, hoarding as in like hoarding wealth, like the sin of greed. Those
Definitely like
aspects I do think have like a cascading effect that do affect the rest of us, and I do think those are factors, not root causes, but factors is my
Okay,
distinction.
we're
All
just gonna
right.
say okay, okay.
Okay. That sounds crazy. That's fine as so. I'm
No,
willing to say crazy things.
I know.
I know.
Oh, I mean, no. It's okay. It's me patting you on the head.
Thank you.
But no, Epstein is not responsible for everything. Okay, you
Not
can't just
responsible for
blame the
everything.
man for everything. You don't even know if he likes weed. You
I
don't.
don't. I don't. I don't. I didn't say he had anything to do with like THC.
He might be total fucking anti-weed. Donald Trump's pretty much total anti-alcohol. Even
Is
like he
he?
doesn't.
See,
Yeah, he doesn't even drink alcohol.
from my personal experience, I do think alcohol is a worse poison than THC. And I think they are both poisons to some extent,
Yeah,
but they
I'm
also
thinking
like
Donald Trump thinks
relaxers to some
both
extent.
are, but both are illegal. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? But I'm pretty sure in his own personal opinion, I think he thinks both are shitty stuff. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's understandable. I'm not even gonna like refute against that because again, from my experience, they both can be good. They both can be bad. Um, and I guess that's where like I think the best thing for any individual ultimately is to be completely like content and comfortable at like a stable, neutral, non intoxicated level. But you know that's an ideal. So I don't think that should be imposed on people. So to that extent, I do think alcohol and stuff like that are fine. And your question earlier about like um what would be like which is like the worst like what's considered a poison, things like heroin and meth are considered like poisons because there is a consistency with those like the injection of those and participation of those is like causing direct death, and I guess that's the drawing line is like
There's an LD50 on marijuana. It's just really high. And by the
ld
way, the way they're concentrating and using it, it's approaching it.
uh
What an LD50 is.
ooh yeah, you know, if it is possible to hit a lethal dose of THC and they're concentrating THC more and more. Because yeah, like even like because I remember used to THC vapes would be like I think it was like 0.3% and then it was 3% and now they're at like 60, 70, 80% in stores that are publicly available to buy as concentrated THC. Um so like those things like it is that if there's a lethal dosage possibility, it is moving towards that. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little surprised that like 5 years ago I didn't hit that point. If that's a
Um,
possibility. And because I've never even
um,
heard of that like happening.
it's about 53 grams of pure THC would be the LD50 on So while
I guess one thing that's beneficial is like greening out, where like most people generally like pass out before they would probably get close to that. But I guess you could say that with heroin and meth too, because people pass out on those and alcohol. So
but Jamie takes sometimes upwards of 2 grams of THC on some days.
mhm.
Okay, at least. You know what I'm saying? So people are building more tolerance to it, and it is increasing, increasing, and increasing.
Yeah, it was because I don't know if I can say that I feel like THC should be outlawed. But I will say that like I do feel like it is still um Negative, similar to alcohol, just to a lower extent than alcohol.
But yeah, because we're like any good drug, we're concentrating and making it more potent and more potent and more potent. And I'll tell you what, she gave one of her gummies, which is what 2,000 milligrams or something like that, 2 grams. Yeah, it's like 1,500 or two grams. She gave it to one of her relatives one time, and that girl ended up passing out. I mean, passing out
Yeah.
like a drunk pass out.
200 milligrams.
She
That,
threw
that
up
sounds
everywhere.
pretty substantial.
2,000
She
milligrams.
threw up.
Yeah,
2,000.
she vomited.
Okay.
Yeah, we almost had to call 911 because she like
Holy
you
shit.
you could literally take a cigarette and burn her with it, and she wouldn't flinch.
See, yeah, that seems like a dangerous level, and it seems like we're approaching that. So
Sure.
peeling back to when like 3%, like 3% was enough, you could get a
Sure.
buzz, and I don't feel like
And
you're
if you
anywhere.
smoke coke leaves, you would get a little bit of a buzz, but it would not kill you.
Yeah,
My defense,
but then
I told her not to take the whole one.
I guess the problem there is like people will take those. And Jamie, actually, your audio is like super muddled. I didn't realize it was you talking at first.
Oh, maybe it's because I have an earbud in.
You'd have to take 6.5 grams of cocaine for it to kill you, or based on the LD50. That's a lot of cocaine. I don't know if you know
It's a
how many
lot.
grams it is. Yeah,
But
that's
I've-
like multiple 8 balls of coke.
I've heard of people like
in my
dying from
defense,
cocaine.
I did tell her not to take the whole piece.
Yeah, so
I told
Yeah.
her to
she
take a little bite
and she took the whole
and
thing.
wait a while and see how she did.
See-
Her
Yeah.
dumbass just went ahead, and then her fiance came knocking at my door at 2:00 in the morning because she wouldn't wake up.
And that's the other problem with THC and alcohol is that people won't stop when they should, and that's like there's not really like a way around that to get people to be like, hey, this will, this is too much for you, don't do it. People will just for some reason naturally have like an inclination to assume they can handle more and to want more, and that girl thought she could handle more than what was recommended, and no matter like what percentage alcohol or THC exists on the market, like people will always like push past just one like purchasable object of that product.
7 grams of alcohol is roughly what it takes to kill a rat.
And that's not a lot. That's not a lot of alcohol, but that's a rat. Like we're way bigger than a rat.
No, sorry, we're talking about weight grams, not like we're talking about how much concentration of alcohol it would take.
Okay, so 7 grams of pure alcohol, like 100% alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and like 100% alcohol, like probably like half a bottle of that would probably be enough to kill a grown man. Because absinthe, that 60% absinthe, that hit severely different than any other kind of alcohol, and that was only like a couple of sips was all it took.
Obviously, individuals, but yeah, generally higher than 2 grams per kilogram of body weight. So if you weighed, say, 100 kilograms or whatever, I think it's like 150 pounds or something like that, it would take you roughly, per human, 200, 300 grams? No. Yeah, 300 grams.
That sounds right-ish. 200 grams of alcohol.
So that's pretty high, actually. But people still manage to drink themselves into a stupor that actually approaches that level. I mean, I've never been close to that level, and I've drank and got fucked up as shit. But there are people that can consume that much alcohol, just like there are people that just eat gummies like crazy, and like
and that's like the concern, I guess, is like how do you balance something like that? How do you put that on the market and then also balance it in a way that people won't cause themselves to get into that situation? You can't.
People are gonna get high. It's kind of like I don't know if you ever knew anything about what's called I don't know what you want to call it, like well, you know what you could about what the fuck's it called? Oh, shit. About oh, fuck, I totally lost everything. It's gone.
I'm sorry.
It's midnight.
200 grams alcohol. It is. We've way overstayed. We're not even on like the original conversation that we were trying to clear up at 11, but we said we were going to be the last one. But I feel like I like that we covered a whole lot of ground and like had a lot of
That's because
like,
we've been on for
throughout-
4 fucking hours.
Yeah, we did. But like even from like the get go, I feel like we were covering a lot of ground. I
Sure,
was
sure.
a little like overly passionate early on, and a little overly like
I call it sniveling bitch. No, I'm just
yeah, I
kidding.
was a little too sniveling bitch for like the first hour. We'll go with that because I can't think of another word
No.
at the moment.
I think
so.
you just get. I think you get, and it's not just you. I think people get really triggered over Trump. Any defense of him is if we were talking about anything other than Trump, I don't think people, like we talked about P Diddy, and that doesn't seem to bother anybody. But the Trump thing,
for
and this
me,
is
P
for both
Diddy is another
sides,
one. Yeah,
and this is for both sides. People that really like Trump get so agitated about it. I'm like, well, if it's true, it's true. And people are that hate Trump, like, it must be true. I'm like, well, we don't know that either. Oh my god.
and I guess to be fair, like I can understand the. I don't want to say I understand the radicalization of it, but I do understand like why people feel so invested is because when we talk about politics, there is no like position higher to talk about than like the president of the United States, really. So
I just think it's because it's piped into everything, everywhere, and everything you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like most people, you know what I'm saying? There's at least 1,800 fucking news reports a day about Trump or
there
about
is.
the presidency, even Biden. You know what I'm saying?
See, Biden, I don't feel like the news covered him all that much because, like, even once I got into the politics, like, I saw almost nothing about Biden.
Dude, you could watch all kinds of new stuff about Biden.
Maybe I should. Maybe that's what I'll do. Like tomorrow morning is I'll pull up like Biden and see like what the deal was there, so that way I can understand.
If you're like me and you switch between, news, I don't just take in one news. I take in 18 different newses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like as a general rule, because I'm not believing anybody outright.
I don't even
like I'm all about Fox or I'm all about CNN or I'm all about whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's my thing is like I don't even